Chapter 23 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, New Jersey and Maryland. The Dutch called the Delaware South River and the Hudson North River. When Peter Minuit came to be governor of Manhattan, some of the settlers crossed the North River and made a settlement on the western bank at Pavonia, a good place to trade with the Indians. It was the first settlement in New Jersey. They also went up the South River and built a trading house at Burlington, but not till after the end of Dutch rule in America were there any more settlements. Charles II gave New Jersey as well as New York to James, who sold the southern half to George Carteret and Lord Berkeley. Carteret took the east and Berkeley the west half. Carteret had been governor of the island of Jersey, and they agreed to call his half East Jersey, and Berkeley's West Jersey. Carteret laid out a town and called it Elizabeth in honor of his wife. Robert Treat and some other people from Connecticut explored the country around Elizabeth, and Newark purchased it of the Indians and made a settlement. Other settlers came, a great many Quakers, Presbyterians from Scotland, Huguenots, and Dutch from New York. One of the Dutchmen was Arent Schuyler, who bought a large farm, built a great house, and had many slaves. One of the field hands discovered a piece of stone, green and heavy. He showed it to Mr. Schuyler, who sent it to England. Word came back that it was very rich copper ore. Mr. Schuyler had a great deal of the ore on his farm and shipped many loads to the brass founders of England and became very rich. "What shall I do for you?" he asked of the slave Caesar. "Name any 3 things you want, and you shall have them." "Please, massa," said Caesar, "I should like to live with you always. Second, please let me have all the tobacco I want. And third, I should like a dressing gown like yours, massa." "Oh, ask for something of value." "Well, then, massa, please give me a little more tobacco." Mr. Schuyler had a son, Peter, a resolute, sturdy man who had much to do with what was going on in public affairs. He had many weary marches through the forests around Lake Champlain, up the Mohawk, in the French and Indian Wars. Philip Carteret, son of George, was appointed governor of East Jersey. He wanted things his own way, but found that the men from Connecticut, the Presbyterians from Scotland, and the Quakers had ideas of their own. They compelled him to grant them the right to have a voice in the making of laws. Their charter said, "No person shall at any time in any way be called in question, or in the least punished or hurt for opinion in religion." In 1702, Carteret and Berkeley gave up their rights to Queen Anne, and the 2 colonies became one, the Queen appointing the governor. From that time on there was little disturbance, and the people were so prosperous that travelers said there were no poor in the colony. Before Charles I became king, he went to Spain to see if he could bring about a marriage between himself and the King of Spain's daughter. George Calvert went with him to manage affairs, but the Spaniards wanted to drive such a hard bargain politically that Charles went back to England utterly disgusted. Nevertheless, when he came to the throne, he rewarded George Calvert by making him Lord Baltimore and giving him the island of Newfoundland. Lord Baltimore undertook to plant a colony there, calling it Avalon, but the fogs, rain, sleet, and snow were so disagreeable that he could not induce people to settle there, and Charles gave him a tract of country bounded on the south by the Potomac River from its mouth to the Alleghenies, and on the north by the 40th parallel of latitude. William Claiborne, a surveyor from London, sent out by the London Company to Virginia, had already surveyed a portion of the country, and had purchased the island of Kent in the Chesapeake, and made a settlement there in 1631. George Calvert died before he could carry out any plans for the settlement of his new colony, but his son Cecil sent his brother Leonard, with 300 emigrants in 2 ships, the Ark and the Dove, to make a beginning. Most of the settlers were Catholics, and the Jesuits, ever on the watch to get a foothold in America, sent Father White and 2 other priests of the Order of Loyola. On March 25th, 1634, the day of Annunciation, the priests set up a cross on the western shore of Chesapeake Bay and celebrated Mass. They laid out a town and named it St. Mary's. Lord Baltimore gave the name of Maryland to the province. The Indians flocked around and were kindly treated. Lord Baltimore bought the land of them and made them liberal presents. The Indians had cultivated large fields of corn, their wigwams were well made, and they gave 2 of the largest to the Jesuit priests. There was trouble at the outset. "You are under my authority," was the word sent by Lord Baltimore to William Claiborne and the men of Kent. Claiborne was acting under the governor of Virginia. Besides, he had purchased the island of Kent. "What shall I do?" was the question put by Claiborne to the governor of Virginia. "Stand by your rights." Claiborne went on trading with the Indians for their furs, whereupon the St. Mary's people, watching their opportunity, seized a vessel loaded with furs owned by the Kent people. At that, the governor of Virginia sent a vessel to demand redress. There was a fight, and several were killed, but the St. Mary's people were victorious. William Claiborne hastened to England, and the trouble was referred to the court. The judges discussed the question of authority. It took them a long while to do it, but in 1639 they informed Claiborne that Lord Baltimore had all authority. The judges did not know that the people of Maryland the while were quietly taking things into their own hands. Lord Baltimore and his friends, to whom Charles had given the territory, sent out a code of laws, but the settlers, instead of accepting it, formed a code of their own, in which they said that everybody, slaves only excepted, should have equal rights. "We will have a government of our own, elect our own representatives, and make our own laws," they said. The spirit of liberty was rising. It was having a great uplift in England and all along the eastern shore of America from the Piscataqua to the Potomac. There were many petty troubles in Maryland during the conflict between King and Parliament and during Cromwell's time. William Claiborne never lost sight of his claim. In 1655, quite a battle was fought between Governors Stone and Claiborne and their followers. Stone was taken prisoner, and some of his officers were hung. There was anarchy for several years. Things were more quiet after Charles II came to the throne, but when James II became king, he sent out Sir Lionel Copley as governor, who established the Church of England and who would not permit the Catholics to have any voice in government. There was so much disturbance, the laws of England in regard to commerce were so unjust, that no great towns sprung up. It was not till 1730 that Philip Jones went out with his compass and chain and laid out the city of Baltimore. The people had very little trouble from the Indians, and during all the years that New England colonies were fighting the French and Indians, the people of Maryland were living in peace and quiet. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Settlement of Pennsylvania. One of the commanders of the English navy who fought the Dutch on that day when Charles II and the frivolous Cavaliers were at Greenwich and heard the roar of cannon down the Thames was Admiral Penn. He was a brave man and so loyal that he lent the king a large sum of money. His son William was a student at Oxford, who, for attending a Quaker meeting, was expelled from college. "William has become a Quaker, or some melancholy thing," said his old associates when they heard of his expulsion. "A Quaker? William a Quaker?" The admiral could not believe it, but when he found that William was thinking seriously about becoming a follower of George Fox, he became furious and turned him out of doors. The admiral died in 1670, leaving a great estate which fell to William. Part of the property was the money which the king had borrowed, amounting to £16,000. Charles could spend thousands of pounds every week foolishly, but never had any for the payment of his debts. William Penn, probably understanding that it would not be easy to obtain the money, proposed to take it in land in America. A grand idea came to him. The Quakers would have little peace in England. He would start a colony in America, where they could be exempt from persecution. Charles was delighted at the proposition. Of what value to him was a wilderness 3,000 miles away inhabited by savages? To cancel the debt, he gave Penn all the territory now included in Pennsylvania. On September 1st, 1682, the ship William, with Penn on board and 100 Quakers, sailed from England for their new home. It was a sad voyage, for the smallpox broke out, and before the ship entered Delaware Bay, 1/3 had died. It was a day of rejoicing when they reached Newcastle. The Swedes and the Quakers who had already settled near there welcomed him as their benefactor. Other vessels came, 33 in all, bringing Quakers who were eager to turn their backs upon England, where they had suffered bitter persecution. There shall be freedom of thought and speech to all. You shall be governed by laws of your making. I shall not usurp the right of any nor suppress any person, said Penn. 3 Swedes, sons of Swanson, owned a strip of land between the Delaware and the Schuylkill rivers. Penn picked it out as a site for the city of brotherly love, which he proposed to build. He purchased the land and set Thomas Holmes to surveying it, who laid the streets straight from river to river and named one Chestnut, another Walnut, and a third Mulberry. The king had given Penn the land, but he made the Indians his friends by purchasing it of them. He invited the chiefs to meet him beneath the wide-spreading trees on the banks of the Delaware. "We are one flesh and blood, brothers," said Penn. "We will live in love as long as the sun and moon shine," the Indians replied. Penn gave them blankets, knives, kettles, axes, beads, and trinkets, which cost him but little, but which are of great value in the eyes of the confiding Indians. It was a recognition of their right, and they were satisfied. They regarded every man who wore a broad-brimmed hat as their friend. The Quakers were taught by George Fox that they ought not to follow the fashions of the world, and so their clothes were never out of fashion, for they were made after an unchanging pattern. Their meeting-house was plain. Sunday they called First Day. No one preached unless moved by the Spirit which they believed would tell them what to say or do at all times. Nevertheless, a whipping post and stocks were set up for the punishment of offenders. They regarded theaters as demoralizing. The Quakers lived in the city of brotherly love, but they found that they could not get on without judges and courts. They claimed to be guided by the inner light, but could not free themselves from superstition. Margaret Matson and Jethro Hendrickson were accused of being witches and brought before Penn for trial. The neighbors testified against them, but the judges said the testimony would not warrant hanging them, and they were set at liberty. The settlers were superstitious. They believed that the devil was prowling here and there, seeking whom he might devour. Reverend Mr. Hesselus, the Swedes minister, cousin of Emanuel Swedenborg, wrote an account of the devil's doings, how a captain of a ship who was very profane was seized by the devil and thrown into the river in sight of the people. He also had a marvelous tale to tell how for 15 days it rained upon a black oak tree, while all the rest of the forest was dry. Gabriel Thomas wrote to his friends about matters in Philadelphia during the first year of its settlement. There were 30 carts in the colony. William Penn rode in a coach or on horseback. Laboring men could get paid as much for their time as in England. Women could get very high wages, from £5 to £10 per annum. No girl need be an old maid, for there were more men than women, and a girl could have her pick of the young men. Gabriel and his fellow citizens used to drink their grog at the Blue Anchor Tavern. It was only when a ship came from England that they had any news to tell. They discussed the affairs of their neighbors and told stories of pirates and robbers. William Penn remained 2 years and then returned to England, leaving his secretary, James Logan, to look after affairs. After he was gone, the great walking purchase of land took place. The settlers wanted more land and made a bargain with the Indians to give them so many blankets, kettles, knives, and axes for what land a man could walk around in a day. The Quakers laid out a path, removed the fallen trees, made a smooth way, picked out the fastest walker they could find, and put him in training. The Indians came to see him walk and were astounded when they saw him walking so fast that they had to run to keep up with him, going round a great tract. "The land is ours now. You must build your wigwam somewhere else," said the Quakers. "We have been cheated. We will not leave," said the Indians. It was the beginning of no end of trouble, but the white men were the strongest, and the Indians had to leave. In December 1699, William Penn, after being 15 years in England, revisited Pennsylvania once more. "I am going to my American desert," he wrote when he was about to leave England. But Pennsylvania was not a desert. The inhabitants numbered more than 20,000, and Philadelphia was a town. William Penn had a charming country residence on the Delaware above the city. An avenue of poplars extended from the house to the river, and the grounds were laid out in lawns and gardens. There were apples, peaches, plums, grapes, and strawberries, and flowers of every hue. If the governor wanted to enjoy himself on the river, he had but to step into his barge. There was a cookhouse, a wash-house, a brewery where he could brew his own beer, and it took a great deal to supply the people who came to transact business or to pay their respects to him. In the great hall were long tables, where everybody, the poor as well as the rich, Indians, Negroes, all could find something to eat, with servants to wait on them. Once when he gave an entertainment, there were so many to eat that the tables were spread beneath the trees, and the people ate 100 roast turkeys besides other meats. He brought furniture from England. Covered chairs, oaken tables were manufactured in the potteries of England, damask curtains, and plush cushions. He lived in the style of an English gentleman, but did not look upon himself as being any better than other men because he had money. One Sunday, when he was going to meeting on horseback, he overtook Rebecca Ward, who was trudging along without shoes or stockings. "Will thee ride, Rebecca?" he asked, and seating her upon the pillion behind him, gave her a fine ride. William Penn purchased several slaves, but treated them kindly. He was always a true friend to the Indians, and in 1701 invited the chiefs of all the tribes to meet him, to make a treaty under which they should have the same rights before the law as the English. In 1701 he was obliged to return to England to look after his interests there. He never visited Pennsylvania again. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Witches. All the world believed in witches, that men and women, by making a bargain with the devil, had power to torment whomever they pleased. Everybody believed that the devil was very much like a man in form, only that he had wings like a bat, a tail, cloven feet, and horns. That he was able to confer great power on witches, enabling them by infernal arts to raise storms, sink ships, afflict children with fits, kill cattle, set chairs and tables to dancing, that they had power to make themselves invisible, creep through keyholes, ride on broomsticks through the air, and that it was a special delight to hold their orgies and thunderstorms. To doubt the existence of witches was to reject the teachings of the Bible. Were not the children of Israel commanded not to suffer a witch to live? In 1488, 4 years before Columbus sailed in search of the New World, a storm swept over Constance and Switzerland, which destroyed the corn and grapes, and the people accused Anne and Agnes Middleton of having raised it. They confessed that the devil put them up to it, and were burnt to death. 2 years before this, Pope Innocent VIII issued a bull directing that witches should be burnt. When the wicked and cruel Alexander VI was in the papal chair, he set the inquisitors to work to rid the world of witches. They burnt 600 poor old women in the bishopric of Bamberg in Germany. By the shore of Lake Geneva in 1515, during 3 months, more than 500 were burnt to death. What a scene! Innocent women accused of horrible crimes by their neighbors and best friends, led out by the score, chained to stakes, faggots piled around them, their bodies smeared with pitch, that the fire might take surer hold upon the quivering flesh. In 1549, the good Archbishop Cranmer gave these directions to the bishops: "You shall inquire whether anyone makes use of charms, sorcery, enchantments, witchcraft, soothsayings, or any like craft invented by the devil." The Countess of Lennox, who conspired against Queen Elizabeth, consulted witches. In 1591, Archbishop Spotswood spent nearly all of his time in examining witches. All through Spain, France, Germany, and Holland during these years, thousands of men and women were burnt. In the village of Lindheim, in Germany, containing only 600 inhabitants, 30 were put to death in 1 year. More than 100,000 were burnt in all. In 1618, 17 witches were condemned to death in Lancashire, 16 in Yarmouth, 15 in Chelmsford. When a woman was accused of being a witch, her hands were tied to her feet, and she was thrown into a pond. If she did not sink, it was regarded as positive proof that she was a witch, that the devil alone enabled her to float. If, on the contrary, she went to the bottom, she was supposed to be innocent. Very few floated. Nearly all the poor creatures were drowned while showing that they were innocent. Matthew Hopkins was appointed witch-finder. He traveled through England, having his expenses paid and a fat fee besides, arresting whomever he pleased, examining their bodies for witch marks. If a pimple, wart, or wen was discovered, it was a sure indication that the person was in league with bad spirits. They were the devil's marks. The accused were subjected to terrible torture to make them confess. In a short time, more than 100 persons were hung through Hopkins' zealous efforts. He was aided by some of the best men in England. One of those who suffered death at the hands of Hopkins was a good old minister, 80 years of age, who had preached for half a century. Hopkins threw him into a pond, but as he did not sink, it was clear that he had sold himself to the devil. The good man died, declaring to the last that he was innocent. Hopkins was greatly reverenced by the people as endowed with superior wisdom, but after a while he himself was accused, and had a taste of his own medicine. His thumbs were tied to his great toes, and he was tossed into a pond. He managed, however, to swim, and stoutly protested that he was not a witch, and so saved his neck from the halter. Sir Matthew Hale, Lord Chief Justice, was a good man, an upright judge, and presided at the trials of many witches. Amy Duny and Rose Cullender were accused by Margaret Arnold of bewitching her little girl, who was afflicted with fits. "One day," said Margaret, "a bee flew into the face of my child, and a few minutes after she vomited up a 2-penny nail. At another time my little girl caught an invisible mouse which she threw into the fire, and it instantly flashed like gunpowder." Nearly all the testimony was as silly as this. Sir Matthew called upon Sir Thomas Browne, a great and learned physician, to give his opinion. "I am clearly of the opinion," said Sir Thomas, "that the fits are natural, but heightened by the devil cooperating with the malice of the witches, at whose insistence he did the villainies." Sir Matthew was tender-hearted, but here was the testimony of the greatest physician in all England, that the devil and 2 old women had a hand in making the child sick. The Bible commanded him to put them to death, and he ordered them to be executed. Sir Matthew wrote a book about witchcraft. Reverend Richard Baxter, a learned and godly minister, wrote another. Reverend Mr. Perkins published a third, all detailing the horrible crimes and incantations of the witches. The printers of London kept their presses going, printing pamphlets about witches. No one doubted the stories told by the accusers, especially when many of the accused confessed that they were in league with the devil. Every vessel crossing the Atlantic brought accounts of the doings of witches in England, and books and pamphlets found their way into the settlers' homes all over New England and Virginia. Governors, judges, ministers, and people alike read them, firmly believing what such good men as Chief Justice Hale and Richard Baxter had written. When anything strange happened that they could not account for, it was ascribed to witches. If the butter would not come in churning, the cream was bewitched, and the way to get the witch out was to heat a horseshoe red hot and drop it into the churn, which would so scorch the hag that she would leave in a twinkling. A horseshoe nailed over a door would prevent witches from entering it. Ministers preached about witches, warning their hearers that the prince of the power of the air was round about them, going up and down the earth, seeking whom he might devour. By the wide-mouthed fireplaces in the old kitchens, stories were told of what witches were doing. The eager listeners felt their flesh creep, and their hair stand on end as the stories were rehearsed. Timid people were afraid to go out of doors after dark, fearing that they might encounter a ghost or hobgoblin. Boys and girls, if sent down cellar after a mug of cider or for apples, felt their hearts leaping up their throats as they beheld fantastic shadows on the walls. When they crept upstairs to bed, it was with quick and nervous step, for there was no knowing what might be behind the boxes and barrels in the garret. When the lightnings glared and the rain beat against the windows, they thought of the witches that were careering through the air on broomsticks or holding a revel in the forest. The dim, pale light which they sometimes saw along the marshes was Will-o'-the-Wisp, the devil's wisp, ready to lure them into some snare. The devil was ever round about them, and the witches would do his bidding. About the time that Matthew Hopkins was tossing women into ponds and hanging them, the people of Charleston, Massachusetts, in 1648, accused Margaret Jones of being a witch. She doctored people with roots and herbs. The idea was abroad that she had a malignant touch, that if she laid her hands upon persons in anger, they would become blind, deaf, or in some way afflicted. She was put in prison, and the man who guarded her said that he saw a little child with her, which instantly vanished. Notwithstanding she declared her innocence, the deluded people protested that she was in league with the devil, and she was executed. John Winthrop, who kept a diary, says, "The day and hour she was executed there was a very great tempest in Connecticut, which blew down trees and did much damage. The superstitious and credulous people firmly believing that the devil was thus taking vengeance upon the country. Margaret's husband, Thomas, had a sorry time of it after she was hung. People pointed their fingers at him and made life so unpleasant that he went on board a ship bound for Barbados. It was a small vessel, and there were 80 horses on the deck, which made it top-heavy. While at anchor in the harbor, the craft began to roll fearfully, and the superstitious sailors said that Thomas Jones was the cause of it, and hustled him on shore and into prison as a witch. People were such firm believers in witchcraft, and so credulous, that it was easy to create a suspicion against a person, and many women were accused of being witches by their jealous and envious neighbors. One of the settlers of Springfield, Massachusetts, Hugh Parsons, sawed boards and planks for a living. He worked hard during the day and filed his saws at night, and made money faster than some of his neighbors, who, through jealousy perhaps, accused him of being a witch. He was arrested, and Hannah Langton and her husband testified that one day they had a boiled pudding for dinner, and when they took it out of the bag it was cut open lengthwise as if with a knife. They did not know what to make of it, and said it was bewitched. They threw a piece of it into the fire, and soon after Mr. Parsons came to the door, which convinced them that he had bewitched it. A neighbor could not get a tap out of a beer barrel, but Mr. Parsons pulled it out without any difficulty, which was sure proof that he was a witch. Mrs. Parsons was sick and became insane, and the ignorant people said that she had sold herself to the devil. Her little child died, and they said that she and her husband had poisoned it. They were put in prison, and the neighbors testified against them. One man saw snakes in his room at night. A woman saw a light flickering around her petticoat. A cow would not give down her milk. A woman had a pain in her breast. A little girl said that she saw a dog, though no one else could see it. Others saw things that people could not account for, which made them think that their neighbor Parsons was a witch. Although he and his wife were cast into prison, the judges did not think they were witches, and they were not put to death. In nearly every town there were men and women who were suspected of being witches. Hampton, New Hampshire, had a witch, General Malton, who made money so fast that his superstitious neighbors said that the devil helped him. One day his house caught fire and was burnt, and they said that the evil one had done it because the general fooled him. He bargained with Satan to fill one of his boots every night with gold. The devil came to fill it, and was amazed to find that it took several cartloads. Wondering how so small a boot could hold so much, he made an examination and discovered that the general had cut a hole in the sole and another in the floor, that the gold had run through it, and that he had filled the cellar, whereupon he blew a flame from his mouth and set the house on fire. The saddest story in the history of our country is that of the witch craze at Salem, Massachusetts, brought about by a Negro woman and company of girls. The negress, Tituba, was a slave whom Reverend Samuel Parris, one of the ministers of Salem, had purchased in Barbados. We may think of Tituba as seated in the old kitchen of Mr. Parris's house during the long winter evenings, telling witch stories to the minister's niece, Elizabeth, 9 years old. She draws a circle in the ashes on the hearth, burns a lock of hair, and mutters gibberish. They are incantations to call up the devil and his imps. The girls of the village gather in the old kitchen to hear Tituba's stories and to mutter words that have no meaning. The girls were Abigail Williams, who is 11, Ann Putnam, 12, Mary Walcott, and Mary Lewis, 17, Elizabeth Hubbard, Elizabeth Booth, and Susanna Sheldon, 18, and 2 servant girls, Mary Warren and Sarah Churchill. Tituba taught them to bark like dogs, meow like cats, grunt like hogs, to creep through chairs and under tables and under hands and feet, and to pretend to have spasms. Mr. Parris had read the books and pamphlets published in England, how persons bewitched acted like animals and went into spasms, and he came to the conclusion that they were bewitched. He sent for Dr. Griggs, who said that the girls were not sick and, without doubt, were bewitched. The town was on fire. People came to see the girls, who, delighted with the success of their play, crept about all the more like cats and dogs, barking, meowing, and uttering piercing screams. Sunday came, and when the congregation had finished singing, Abigail Williams said to Mr. Parris, "Now stand up and name your text." The minister and everybody else was amazed, but he read his text. "It is a long one," said Abigail. The minister went on with his preaching. "There, we have had enough of that," shouted another girl. "There's a yellow bird on the minister's hat," cried Ann Putnam. The parents of the girls stood aghast, and Mr. Parris, believing that they were assaulted by the devil, invited the ministers of other parishes to come and hold a day of fasting and prayer. The ministers assembled, saw the girls go into fits, rolling their eyes, holding their breath, muttering gibberish, peeping like frogs, barking like dogs, and devoutly believed that they were bewitched. They prayed solemnly and fervently, recalling the saying of Jesus Christ, "This kind goeth not out except by fasting and prayer." The news spread, and the people came in crowds to see the girls. "Who bewitches you?" they asked. "Sarah Good, Sarah Osborne, and Tituba," said the girls. Sarah Good was a poor old woman who begged her bread from door to door. Sarah Osborne was old, wrinkled, and sickly. What a scene was that around the meeting-house, March 1st, 1692. All Salem was there, for the women who were accused of being witches were to be examined by the justices. A gathering on the village green, the cocked hats crowd to see, their clothing ancient velveteen, with buckles on their knee, all clustering around the tavern door of square-toed village boys, still wearing their grandsires wore, the old-world corduroys. Sheriff and constable escorted the justices John Hawthorne and Jonathan Corwin from Thomas Beadle's tavern to the meeting house, and gave them seats in front of the pulpit. Reverend Mr. Parris prayed that God would direct them. The girls were there, and Sarah Good was brought in by the sheriff. "Have you made a contract with the devil?" asked Justice Hawthorne. "No." "Children, is this the person who hurt you?" "Yes. She is sticking pins into us." And the girls screeched. "Why do you torment the children?" "I do not." The girls went on with their screeching, and the justice and all the people were so deluded, and were such firm believers in witchcraft, that they accepted all the girls said as truths, and the denials of the wrinkled old woman as lies. "Sarah Osborne, have you made a contract with the devil?" asked the justice. "I never saw the devil." "Why do you hurt the children?" "I do not hurt them." "She does, said the girls, and the people decided in their minds against her. "Tituba, why do you hurt the children?" "I do not." "Who is it, then?" "The devil, for aught I know." "Did you ever see the devil?" "Yes, he came to me and bid me serve him. Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne wanted me to hurt the children, but I would not." "How does the devil appear when he comes to you?" "Sometimes like a hog, and sometimes like a great black dog." "What else have you seen?" "Two cats, one red and the other black. I saw them last night, and they said, 'Serve me,' but I would not." "What did they want you to do?" "Hurt the children." "Did you not pinch Elizabeth Hubbard?" "Yes, they made me pinch her, and wanted me to kill her with a knife." "How do you ride when you go to meet the devil?" "On a stick. I ride in front, and Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne behind me. We go up over trees, and in a short time are in Boston or anywhere else." Tituba had a great many other things to narrate: that the devil sometimes wore a tall black hat, that one of his imps were about 3 feet high, hairy all over, and had a long nose, that the imp came into Mr. Parris's house and stood by the fire. The people believed her. Would she be likely to admit that she was a witch if she were not one? The girls accused her of pinching them, and she acknowledged that she did so, and the girls therefore were telling the truth. And Sarah Osborne and Sarah Good, in denying that they were witches, were telling a lie. So the justice and the people reasoned, and the sheriff took them to Ipswich jail, 10 miles away, and the people went home to talk over the wonderful event. The ministers of Salem, Boston, and the surrounding towns met to consult upon the matter. Among them was the learned Cotton Mather, who accepted as truthful the terrible accounts that reached him from England. Few, if any, doubted that the girls were bewitched, and they, finding it pleasant to have so much notice taken of them, went on with their creeping, barking, mewing, and falling into convulsions, and crying that somebody was sticking pins into them. They accused Martha Corey and Rebecca Nurse, 2 women who were kind to the poor and very religious, but so credulous were Reverend Mr. Parris and Reverend Mr. Noyes and everybody else that they were arrested. When they were examined before the justice, the girls all cried out that the women were tormenting them. "I'm as innocent as a child unborn," said Mrs. Nurse. But the people, the ministers, the justices, all had lost their heads, and the women were committed to prison. Mrs. Good had a little girl, Dorcas, 5 years old, and the bewitched girl said that Dorcas helped her mother in tormenting them. "She bites me," they cried, and showed the prints of teeth on their arms. The sheriff thereupon arrested Dorcas and put her in prison, where she was chained with her mother, for it was believed that unless the witches were chained they would fly through the keyhole. Sarah Cloyce and Elizabeth Proctor were the next persons accused. The judges met sometimes at Thomas Beadle's tavern, sometimes in the meeting-house. The news spread. No one doubted that the devil had come in great wrath to afflict the good people of Salem. Reverend Mr. Lawson, Reverend Mr. Parris, Reverend Mr. Noyes, and other ministers preached sermons against witchcraft, setting forth that these manifestations were without doubt produced by the devil. The whole colony was excited, and Lieutenant Governor Danforth and his counselors, 600 men, went to Salem to sit in judgment at the trial of Sarah and Elizabeth. Abigail Williams brought a horrible accusation. "I saw a company of witches at the Reverend Mr. Parris's house," she said. "There were 40 of them. They had a sacrament when Sarah Cloyce and Sarah Good were their deacons. And the witches drank blood." When Sarah Cloyce fainted at the terrible accusation, the girls went into convulsions, and John, Mr. Parris's negro, rolled and tumbled upon the floor, and all cried that the witches were tormenting them. Governor Danforth and his counselors were amazed. The prisoners had no one to help them, for there were few lawyers in America in those days. The governor and the judges asked them questions, assuming at the outset that they were witches, and the poor women, friendless and alone, astounded, knew not what to say. They could only say, "We are innocent." Though they said it, the governor, judges, and everybody else believed the girls and the poor women were thrust into prison. Instead of there being fewer witches, there were more, and in a short time the jails were filled with men and women. Among those arrested was Reverend George Burroughs, who had once preached in Salem but who was living in Maine. The sheriff made a long journey to arrest him. Not only the girls in Tituba, but others accused those arrested of being witches. If a man had anything against his neighbor, it was easy for him to take revenge by accusing him of exercising witchcraft. Samuel Shattuck, who dyed clothes for a living, had trouble with Bridget Bishop. John the Negro also had a grievance against her, and testified that she was a witch. "I saw her go through a hole no larger than my hand," said John, and the judges accepted his testimony. Samuel Shattuck's child had fits. "I believe it is the work of Bridget," he said. What should the judges do? What but condemn them to be hung? The Bible commanded that witches should not be suffered to live. For 150 years the laws of England had been in force against witches. 30,000 had been executed in England. Parliament had appointed a witch-finder. King James had written a book against them. Archbishop Jewel had begged Queen Elizabeth to burn them. Reverend Richard Baxter, whose name was reverenced everywhere, had written against witches. In all lands they were regarded as the enemies of God and man, and here they were conspiring with the evil one against the lives, the peace, and happiness of the community. The great and good Lord Chief Justice of England, Matthew Hale, had condemned those to death who were not near so diabolical as the accused, and had written a book showing from the Bible that witches were in league with the devil. Besides everybody in Salem, the friends and neighbors all believed that the accused were witches, and ought to be put to death. They were magistrates appointed of God, as they believed, to administer the laws faithfully and impartially. They themselves had seen the girls go into convulsions and heard them cry when the witches pinched them. With the rest of the world, the judges lost their heads and condemned the poor creatures to death. Through the streets of Salem rattled the cart that bore them to the place of execution. Out to a hill overlooking the village, where a gallows was erected, they climbed the ladder with the halter around their necks, men and women, the minister, and those who had listened to his preaching. People gazed in horror upon their old friends and neighbors swinging in the air and struggling in the throes of death. And when life was extinct, the bodies were thrown into holes and the earth heaped above them. They trampled it down and thought of them as suffering the torments of the devil. How horrible! Yet If we had been living then, we too should have lost our judgment, reason, and common sense, as the people, the wisest and best men of 1692, lost their judgment, under the terrible delusion, wild foundation, and lamentable ignorance of that period. Sad to think that 19 were hung, that Giles Corey, who would either say guilty or not guilty, had rocks piled upon him until he was crushed to death, that 150 men and women were thrown into prison before people came to their senses. The wife of Reverend Mr. Hale of Beverly was accused. There was not a woman in Massachusetts more beloved, honored, and respected. The people were amazed. They could not believe that so godly a woman could be in league with the devil. They began to see what they had not before thought of, that the testimony of the girls had been only assertion that the witches were tormenting them. The judges had not questioned the girls, but the accused instead, and the denials of the accused had been regarded as lies, while the assertion of the girls had been accepted as the truth. The spell was broken. People saw that they had been under a delusion. One of the judges, Samuel Sewell, made a humble confession on Sunday in the Old South Church in Boston, with tears rolling down his cheeks. And ever after, so long as he lived, he kept a day of fasting and repentance once a year to manifest his sorrow to the world. Touching and sad a tale is told, like a penitent hymn of the psalmist old, of the fast which the good man lifelong kept, with a haunting sorrow that never slept, as the circling years brought round the time of an error that left the sting of crime. The sheriff threw open the prison doors, and the girls, finding that no one believed their accusations, had no more stories to tell of being tormented. So the great wave of superstition that had sent hundreds of thousands to an untimely grave in Europe died out in the village of Salem. Some of the girls made humble confession of their sin and folly, and endeavored by right living to atone for the past, but found little happiness in life. Forever before their eyes were the swinging forms of those who had died upon the gibbet. Nothing that they could do could ever recall the dead from their graves. What they had begun in sport ended in a terrible tragedy. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, The Legacy of Blood. Spain was a great empire, including South America, Mexico, Florida, the West Indies, Italy, and Sicily. The King of Spain, Charles II, was dying. He was childless. Who should succeed him? His oldest sister was Queen of France, wife of Louis XIV. His youngest, Empress of Germany, wife of Leopold of Austria. All Europe would be by the ears if a descendant of either of the sisters were to be king of the whole Spanish realm. Louis XIV for France and William III for England and Holland set themselves up as administrators of the estate of the King of Spain in advance of his death. They agreed that the Archduke Charles of Austria should succeed him and have the Netherlands, America, and the West Indies, that France should have the Spanish possessions in Italy. They never consulted the people of those countries as to what would be agreeable to them, but laid their plans regardless of the wishes of everybody. While making this agreement with William, Louis XIV was pulling secret wires, sending ambassadors to Rome to pull wires in the Vatican, and other ambassadors and agents to Madrid to manage affairs there in the palace of the dying king. And when on the 3rd of November, 1700, Charles died, and all the grandees of Spain and the ambassadors of England and Austria assembled in the great hall of the palace to hear the reading of the king's will, they learned that Charles had bequeathed everything to the grandson of Louis XIV, Philip of Aragon. Leopold of Austria was not the man to sit down submissively after such a blow between the eyes. He made preparations for war. It was midsummer 1701, and James II of England was dying in the palace of St. Germain. For 13 years he had waited for some event that would restore him to the throne of England. Vain his waiting. He had thrown away his crown, and the people of England never again would recognize him or his descendants as their legitimate sovereign. Mary of Modena, a bigoted queen, but a loving and devoted wife, watched by his side through the waning hours, thinking of the future of her boy of 13. If Louis would but recognize him as the rightful heir to the throne of England, perhaps in time he might be king. Madame de Maintenon was her friend, and Louis would do anything for Madame. Louis XIV rode from Versailles to Saint-Germain to bid a last farewell to James. "I am come to say that whenever it shall please God to call your majesty out of this world, I will take your family under my protection and recognize your son as Prince of Wales, and as the heir of your 3 realms," said the King of France. Louis had no thought as to what would grow out of that promise. Possibly, even if he had foreseen the future, he would not have recalled it. What cared he for human woe? He did not see that it would be the beginning of a mighty struggle between France and England, that 3/4 of a century would roll away before it would end. In consequence of those words, the scalping knife and tomahawk were to gleam in the hands of bloodthirsty savages from the Penobscot to the Hudson. Men would be shot in cold blood, women would see their infants dashed upon the rocks, and they themselves would endure all the horrors of captivity in the wilderness. Burning dwellings would illuminate the midnight sky, and there would be no end of woe. Up to the utterance of that promise, England had taken no part in the contest over the question of who would be the King of Spain, but Louis had violated the agreement made at Ryswick, and England joined in the mighty struggle. On the bank of the St. Lawrence, 90 miles above Quebec, was the Indian town of St. Francis, established by the Jesuits. It was a cluster of wigwams with a chapel and a parsonage for the priests. The Indians were the remnants of several tribes which war had thinned out. Morning and evening they met in the chapel, counted their beads, kneeled before the image of the Virgin Mary, and said the prayers taught them by the Jesuits. But in everything else, in habits and all Christian virtues and graces, they were savages still. They were called St. Francis Indians, and were ever ready to do the bidding of their priests. Although war had been raging in Europe, and the armies of England and France had met in battle, all was peaceful in America. The settlers were clearing the forests, sowing and reaping. Why should they trouble themselves about conflicts 3,000 miles away? Not so the Jesuit priests at St. Francis, Quebec, and Montreal. They were taking part in the struggle. England was Protestant, France Roman Catholic. Protestants were heretics, enemies of God, who ought to be exterminated. It was right to employ any means, to commit murder even, if the glory of God could be promoted. They urged the Indians to begin war against the English in Maine. Governor Dudley of Massachusetts heard of their doings, and invited all the chiefs from the Merrimack to the Penobscot to meet him for a friendly talk, and they assembled at Falmouth, now Portland, June 20th, 1703. Bombazine, one of the chiefs, spoke for them all. "The French friars have asked us to go to war, but their words have not moved us. As far as the sun is from the earth are our thoughts of taking the hatchet." The Indians gave the governor a belt of wampum and heaped a pile of stones to let him know that they spoke the truth. August came. The settlers were harvesting their grain, not knowing that through the summer months the priests had been urging the Indians to wipe out all the settlements at Berwick and Kittery on the Piscataqua, at York, 10 miles eastward, at Wells, Scarborough, and the hamlets of Casco Bay at a single blow. That along the entire distance for 50 miles, 500 Indians were ready to begin their bloody work at the same instant. On the morning of August 10th, the blow fell. At Berwick 5 were killed, but the other settlers, hearing the alarm, fled to the garrison, and Captain Neal and his men killed 9 Indians and wounded several others. The Indians, in their rage over their ill success, tied Joseph Ring to a stake and burnt him to death. They went out in their canoes and captured a vessel, killing the crew, 7 in number. At Spurwink, one of the settlements at Casco Bay, the Indians butchered 22. At Purpatuck, they massacred 25 and captured 8. They appeared before the new fort at Falmouth, where Major March was in command, held up a white flag, and made signs that they had no arms. Major March and 2 men went out to talk with them, when suddenly each Indian, there were 3 of them, whipped out a tomahawk from beneath their blankets and struck the Major and his companions. Crack, crack went the guns of several Indians in ambush. One of the men with the Major fell mortally wounded. The Major was brave and strong. He knocked one of the tomahawks aside, wrenched another out of the hands of an Indian, and kept all at bay until Lieutenant Hook came to his rescue. They retreated to the fort, carrying the wounded man. The Indians spent a week around the fort, but could not capture it. What a scene is that which the sun of August 10th reveals! 155 mangled corpses, tall columns of smoke ascending to heaven, all the way from the Piscataqua to Casco, a crowd of men, women, and children going into captivity. The Indians tried to capture Stephen Harding, who lived in Wells. He was a great hunter and knew all their tricks and could follow a trail as well as they. Often he went into the wilderness as far as the White Mountains while hunting. He loved the solitudes, but he had married, and his wife and young child were dear to him. He saw signs that the Indians were near. "Take the baby and go through the cornfield to an oak tree and wait for me. I will see if the redskins are prowling around here," he said to his wife. She went with the baby. He gave a whoop. Instantly a party of Indians ran toward the house, thinking one of their number had given the signal. All rushed to the door. While they were trying to burst it open, he leapt through a window, joined his wife. But alas, she had fainted. He was strong, took her under one arm and the baby and rifle under the other, and ran through the woods. The Indians did not dare to follow. They knew that he never fired without killing his game. Night came, and Stephen kept guard while his wife and baby slept. They had only blueberries for supper and breakfast, but they reached the fort 9 miles distant in safety. So through the instigation of the Jesuits, the bloody work began. Winter came. The snow was deep, but not too deep to prevent Francois Hertel, who had massacred the inhabitants of Falmouth, from marching once more to plunder and destroy the English. He started from the village of St. Francis with 340 French and Indians. They loaded themselves down with heavy packs, piled their provisions on hand sleds, and walked in snowshoes. They toiled through the wilderness of Canada to the headwaters of the Connecticut and down its valley into the little town of Deerfield in Massachusetts. On the last day of February, Hertel stood on a bluff amidst the tall pines 2 miles north of the settlement. There was a hard crust, and across the gleaming snow he could see the little settlement. Leaving their packs, the French and Indians moved stealthily toward the garrison. No sentinel was on watch. The snow lay in a huge drift against the palisade. They walked over it and entered the village. De Rouville posted his men, 2 or more at each house. Then came the whoop and the bursting in of doors. Mr. Williams is the minister. He springs from his bed, seizes a pistol, aims it at the heart of an Indian. It misses fire, and he is seized and tied. 2 of his children are massacred before his eyes. Mrs. Williams has a young child, but she is pulled from her bed and driven out into the snow. All around the work of death goes on. What a scene is that which the sun shines upon in the morning! 40 or more mangled corpses, the snow crimsoned with blood, burning buildings. 108 men, women, and children driven, some of them barefooted and thinly clad, through the snow northward toward Canada, to perish in the wilderness, to be starved, to fall before the tomahawk, to endure the hardships, toil, suffering, and woe of the terrible march. At sunrise, de Rouville is on his march. He has struck his blow and is hastening away with his captives, knowing that the settlers of the valley will be upon him if he lingers. Day after day in the snow or wading through streams, the captives drag their weary limbs, loaded down with the plunder of their own house, which their captors compel them to carry. Mrs. Williams' strength is failing. She talks with her husband sweetly and serenely of a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. She comes to a swollen river, whose rushing waters sweep her down, but with a struggle she reaches the shore. Her Indian captor, who calls himself a Christian Indian, steps behind her and buries his tomahawk in her skull. She sinks upon the snow, crimsoning it with her blood. The promise of Louis XIV to the dying James is bearing its fruit. One by one the sick and weak go down beneath the tomahawk, and the bodies are left in the wilderness. Not all the houses in Deerfield were burnt. One was courageously defended by 7 men who fired from the windows upon the enemy. The brave women with them ran bullets and loaded their guns. Many times the French and Indians tried to set the house on fire, but without avail. Captain Stoddard, watching his chance, leapt from a window and ran to Hatfield and gave the alarm. Quickly the people were on de Rouville's track, came up with him and had a battle, but were obliged to retreat. The French officer hastened up the valley of the Connecticut to White River, and then divided his party, a portion going to Lake Champlain, and a portion up the Connecticut to Montreal. He had destroyed a settlement, killed or captured nearly 150, losing about 40 of his own men. How should the war be waged? It was little use for the English to follow the Indians. Their bloody work was done in an hour, and in a few days they would be back in Canada. They were more savage than the wild beasts. Why not treat them as such? Massachusetts and New Hampshire offered a reward of £20 for every Indian captured under 10 years of age and £40 for every scalp of an Indian over 10. If the Jesuits were to make it a war of extermination, so would they. In 1704, Captain Benjamin Church, with 550 men, ravaged all the French settlements east of the Penobscot, burning buildings and capturing all that he could lay his hands upon. The price set upon the Indians' head made them more afraid. But in 1705 they fell upon the settlers at Cape Nettic in Maine and killed 7. At Kittery they shot Mr. Shapley and carried his son to Canada. An Indian cut off the boy's fingers and then thrust the bleeding stumps into their hot tobacco pipes and laughed at his agony. They attacked the settlements in New Hampshire at Dover and Durham. One day Colonel Hilton went out with a scouting party and killed 4 warriors and captured a squaw. She begged for her life. "I will show you more Indians," she said, and led them to a camp where 18 were asleep. It was just at daybreak. Colonel Hilton posted his men. Each picked out an Indian. Crack went their guns. All were killed but one, who was captured. At Winter Harbor, not far from Saco, there were 2 fishing boats at anchor, with 8 men on board. Suddenly a great party of Indians appeared in their canoes. The men in one of the boats jumped into the other, cut the cable, and hoisted the sail. There were 8 in all who pour a volley into the canoes. Some of the Indians drop into the water. Others leap on board the fishing boat. They do not know how to manage it, but the Indians in the canoe take it in tow, ply their paddles, and hasten on. They are a fine mark for the sailors who pick them off one by one. There are 150 Indians against 8 white men. The bullets fly thick and fast, boring holes through the sail, striking the keel, spattering into the water. One strikes Benjamin Daniels, who knows that he has but a few moments to live. "Give me a gun, quick, that I may kill one more before I die," he cries, fires his last shot, and lies lifeless upon the deck. Not till 9 are killed and 18 wounded do the Indians give up the battle. Daniels is the only one injured on the vessel. Twice has Francois Hartel massacred the English, and he thirsts for more blood. A grand expedition is planned. Once more he starts to traverse the pathless wilderness to the White Mountains and southward to the beautiful Winnipesaukee. He sets up his camp upon the shores of the lake and waits for the Indians of Maine to join him. The Jesuits have been among them, but they have lost so many warriors. There is such a price upon their heads that they are weary of war and would be glad to bury the hatchet. Hertel has intended to wipe out Portsmouth at the mouth of the Piscataqua. But as the Indians do not come, he does not dare to make the attempt. He will fall upon Haverhill. August 29th, 1708 is a calm and peaceful day. The settlers of the little village lie down to sleep, having no suspicion of the presence of the foe. The daylight streaks the east. Hertel arouses his Christian savages. They ask the Virgin to protect them, divide into parties, and give the war whoop. They rush upon the minister's house, Reverend Mr. Rolfe's. There are 3 soldiers on guard within, but are so frightened that they know not what to do. Mr. Rolfe springs out of bed to hold the door. The Indians fire through it and wound him in the elbow, burst it in, bury their hatchets in his skull, kill Mrs. Rolfe, dash out the brains of their infant child upon a stone, and hack the cowardly soldiers to pieces. They shoot Thomas Hartshorne and his 2 sons, smash in the skull of the third, shoot John Johnson, massacre his wife by his side. Simon Wainwright is killed at the first fire. Mrs. Hartshorne, with all her children except the baby, which is on a bed upstairs, go down through a trap door into the cellar. The Indians do not discover the door, but they go upstairs and toss the baby out of the window, which, though it falls upon a pile of boards, is not killed, only stunned. The Indians and French attack Mr. Swan's house. Mrs. Swan is a plucky woman and holds the door against them. One of the savages gets it partly open and runs his arm in to undo the fastening, but Mrs. Swan, seizing an iron skewer, drives it through his arm to pin him to the doorpost. Nathan Simmons shoots 2 of the savages. Mr. Davis is an intrepid man. He runs out of his house and shouts, "Come on!" as if he had a company of men. The enemy take to their heels. They have set the meeting house on fire, but the settlers put it out. Captain Samuel Eyre musters a company, follows Hertel, coming up with him and giving battle. Captain Eyre is killed. Hertel's brother is killed, and 30 others of the enemy. 16 of the settlers lay down their lives, and 33 are wounded or captured. To strike a blow in return for all these attacks, a fleet sailed from Boston to Acadia and captured Port Royal, changing the name to Annapolis, in honor of Anne, Queen of England. The next year, the English government sent a fleet under Sir Hovenden Walker with an army to capture Quebec. But the admiral was pig-headed and incompetent. 8 of his vessels were wrecked in the St. Lawrence, and nearly 900 men drowned. And the grand expedition came to an inglorious end. For 12 years the war raged in Europe and in America, till, exhausted by the struggle, Louis XIV consented to make peace, which was signed at Utrecht, April 11th, 1713. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Maine and New Hampshire. On the banks of the Kennebec, at a favorite fishing place of the Indians, Sebastian Rail, Jesuit from France, built a chapel and set up a cross and an image of the Virgin. Upon the chapel walls were pictures of his own painting, portraying the bliss of the redeemed and the torments of the damned. The Indians were ever his children, and he their father. He was so kind that they regarded him as their true friend. If they went on a grand hunting expedition, Father Rail joined them. When they left their village at Norridgewock in midsummer for a sojourn at the seashore, he accompanied them. For 25 years he labored with untiring zeal to convert them to the Catholic faith. Such patience and energy brought its reward. The dusky warriors threw aside their medicine charms and were baptized as Christians. 40 Indian boys in white gowns chanted the Sunday service. On gala days, they marched in procession bearing banners and crosses. Those who had not been baptized still regarded him as their father. By acts of friendship, by untiring devotion, and quenchless zeal, he made his power and influence felt among the Indians from the Hudson to the Gulf of Newfoundland. At the beginning of Queen Anne's War, Governor Dudley of Massachusetts sent Colonel Hilton to seize the man who was wielding such mighty influence against the English. Colonel Hilton reached Norridgewock in midwinter, but did not find Father Rale, who had gone to Quebec. He burnt the chapel and returned. When the war closed and peace was signed at Utrecht in 1713, it was agreed that Maine, Nova Scotia, and Acadia should belong to England. The Indians met Governor Shute of Massachusetts on an island in the Kennebec and promised to be faithful subjects of Great Britain, and agreed that the English might occupy the former settlements and that they would not molest them. The agreement was very distasteful to Sebastian Rale. He was a Frenchman, and he saw the few French settlers moving from the Penobscot and Englishmen taking their place. They were at York, Saco, Wells, and Kennebunk. The smoke of their log cabins was curling over the waters of Casco Bay. They were moving farther up the Piscataqua and Merrimack. Soon they would be wanting the land at Norridgewock. What then would become of his flock? The English were heretics, enemies of the Church. Had not Louis XIV driven hundreds of thousands of them out of France? It was the duty of the Indians to resist the English. What right had the English to the land of the Indians? By subtle arts he influenced them against the settlers. The Indians began a war on their own account by killing 3 men at Casco and destroying the settlement in August 1720. "Rale is at the bottom of it," said the General Court of Massachusetts. 150 men marched to Norridgewock to seize the Jesuit, but he had gone to Quebec. The chief of the Norridgewocks, sincerely wishing to remain at peace with the English, gave up several warriors as hostages. Vaudreuil was governor of Canada. "Tell the Indians to drive out the English, and I will give them all the assistance they want," said Vaudreuil to Rale. "Norridgewock is within the territory of King George, and it is contrary to an act of Parliament and a law of this province for any Jesuit or Roman priest to reside in any part of the British dominions," wrote Shute to Vaudreuil, and sent Colonel Westbrook to seize Rale, but the priest fled to the woods and escaped. The Indians, to retaliate, fell upon the settlements at the mouth of the Kennebec and captured their fishing sloop. They attacked Fort George on Arrowsick Island, burnt 26 houses, and destroyed Brunswick. Father Rale, in his chapel, in constant communication with Vaudreuil at Quebec, urged the Indians on. And all along the frontier, from the Connecticut to Nova Scotia, Indian bands prowled everywhere, falling upon the defenseless settlers. It was the same sad story everywhere, of surprises and ambushes, the shooting of defenseless men and women, taking their scalps, going as suddenly as they came. Father Rale and Vaudreuil were urging them on. It was little use to chase the Indians, who in a few hours would be far away to fall upon another settlement. A blow must be struck at the headquarters. There could be no peace as long as Sebastian Rale could wield his power. Captains Moulton, Hanson, and 200 men moved swiftly up the Kennebec. It is August 12, 1722. The men move in silence through the forest. They are near the Indian village. The party divide. They will not wait till nightfall, but push swiftly on. "Take Rale prisoner. Let the Indians fire first," are the orders of Moulton. He surmises that the surprise will so agitate the Indians that they will take poor aim. The soldiers run toward the village. A wild cry rises from the wigwams. 60 warriors rush out, fire, but their hands tremble, and not an Englishman is injured. A volley from the white men, and the Indians go down like grain before the reapers. Sebastian Rale fastened his house and fired upon the invaders. Lieutenant Hanson burst open the door, Rail was loading his gun and would ask no quarter. Hanson's blood was up. A flash from his gun, and the white-haired priest, born amidst the vineyards of France, who had been a zealous missionary in the wilderness along the Great Lakes of the West, in Canada and the wilds of Maine, through whose pernicious influence hundreds of settlers had been slain, met his fate. The women and children escaped to the river, and many of the warriors. But the chiefs of the tribe, Mog and Bomazeen, fell to rise no more. The chapel of the Jesuits was set on fire, and the expedition returned, having suffered no loss. It was a blow from which the Norwich Rocks never recovered. At the southern base of the White Mountains, where the river Saco winds through green meadows, was the home of the Pigwacket Indians. Their chief was Paugus. During the years of peace he visited the frontier towns of Massachusetts and was well acquainted with the settlers. But his allegiance was to the French in Canada, at Montreal, where he would always obtain gunpowder and bullets. When the Jesuits stirred up the Indians of the Penobscot and Kennebec to make war upon the English, Paugus was ready to aid. It was a short march to the Smile of the Great Spirit, as the Indians called Lake Winnipesaukee. Launching his canoe upon its peaceful waters, he could easily make his way to the Merrimack and, descending that stream, fall upon the settlers at Dunstable, Bradford, and Haverhill. There was a man in Dunstable who was as brave as any Indian, Captain John Lovewell. He could find his way through the forest as readily as the savages. He knew their haunts, their modes of fighting, their cunning. In 1724 the Indians fell upon Dunstable and killed 2 men. When the alarm was given and 11 men started in pursuit, the Indians shot 9 of them, took their scalps, and returned to the wigwams on the Saco, and held a great feast and dance over the success of their exploits. "I will pay £100 for every Indian scalp," said the governor of Massachusetts, and Captain Lovewell started with his soldiers to chastise the Pigwackets. It was in December. The leaves had fallen, and there was snow on the ground when Captain Lovewell and 40 men marched up the Merrimack Valley and along the southern shore of Lake Winnipesaukee. They discovered tracks and followed them through the day, discovering just at sunset 10 Indians sitting around a fire. At midnight there was a click of gunlocks, then a volley. The entire 10 were killed. There was great rejoicing in all the towns, Dover, Newbury, Salem, and Boston, as Captain Lovewell and his men made their triumphant return with the 10 scalps dangling from a pole. There were 10 Indians less. £1,000 prize money. It was a quick way to get rich. "We will attack the Pigwackets in their homes," said Captain Lovewell. His soldiers were eager to march. It was in April 1725 when they started up the Merrimack, turning eastward, crossing the Winnipesaukee, leaving 7 men who were sick. The others went bravely on to the boundary between Maine and New Hampshire. It was Saturday morning. They were not far from the Indian villages. "We will leave our packs here," said Captain Lovewell, and the men threw them upon the ground. Before starting, the chaplain, Jonathan Fry, offered prayer. While he was praying, they heard a gun and saw an Indian across the pond. "We are discovered. Shall we go on or return?" asked Lovewell. "We have come to find the Indians. We have prayed God that we might find them. We had rather die for our country than return without seeing them. If we were to go back, the people would call us cowards," said the men, and Lovewell moved on. Suddenly they came upon a single Indian who was killed by Ensign Wyman, but who, before falling, fired his gun at Captain Lovewell, mortally wounding him. "We will go back to our packs," they said, but when they reached the place they found that the Indians had seized them. They were between 2 little brooks that meandered through the pine forest and emptied into the lake. Suddenly they found themselves confronted by nearly 100 Indians, armed with new guns which they had obtained in Canada. They had gone past the Indian village, which was only a short distance away, and the Indians had cut off their retreat. The terrible war-whoop rung through the forest. At the first fire 7 English were killed and several wounded. "Retreat to the shore of the pond!" shouted Lieutenant Wyman. He saw that the Indians were intending to surround them. By retreating to the water's edge, they would have no Indians at their back. One cowardly man ran, at the first volley, back to make his escape to the men who had been left behind on the march. The others retreated to the lake, sheltered themselves behind the trees, and resolved to fight to the last. All day long the fight went on, the Indians howling like wolves. Their medicine man held a powwow, invoking the spirits to aid them, but Lieutenant Wyman put an end to it by sending a bullet through his heart. "We will give you quarter," said the Indians. "We ask for no quarter, except at the muzzles of our guns," was the defiant reply, and the battle went on until Baugus fell, shot by Lieutenant Wyman. Then the Indians lost heart. When night came on, they stole away, pitiable the condition of the English. The young chaplain, who had fought bravely, who, when wounded, still prayed for victory, was dead. Jacob Farrar was dying. Lieutenant Robbins and Robert Usher could not last many hours. 11 others were badly wounded. The Indians had seized their packs, and they were 20 miles from the 7 men they had left at Ossipee. "Load my gun, so that when the Indians come to scalp me, I can kill one more," said Lieutenant Robbins. In the darkness of the night, the living, faint and weary, started. 4 were so badly wounded that they could not travel. "Leave us, you cannot help us, and we shall hinder you," they said. It was a brave parting, but if any were to reach home, they must push on. In war, necessity knows no compassion. They reached Ossipee to find the 7 men gone. The man who fled at the first fire had told a pitiable story, how all had been killed, and the soldiers, fearing that the Indians would soon be upon them, fled to Dunstable. Weary the return. For 3 days they had only 2 ground squirrels to eat. Then they shot a partridge, caught some fish, and so sustained life until they reached home. The Indians were weary of war. Their bravest warrior had fallen. There was no longer a Father Rail to urge them on, and they made peace once more. So ended the war, which had been kindled wholly through the influence of the Jesuits. Peace, how delightful it was! No longer were the people compelled to work with their rifles by their sides, ever on the watch for lurking foe. The settlers went farther into the country. All the industries revived. Towns and villages sprung up. In Boston, on the Merrimack and Piscataqua, companies were building ships, and colonies took on such vigorous life that George Berkeley, who had come from England to Rhode Island with his family, fired with enthusiasm to do something for education and religion in the Western world, and who gave his books to establish the Redwood Library at Newport, looking forward, wrote this poetic prophecy of America. "In happy climes, the seat of innocence, where nature guides and virtue rules, where men shall not impose for truth and sense the pedantry of courts and schools, there shall be sung another golden age, the rise of empire and of arts. The good and great inspiring epic rage, the wisest heads and noblest hearts. Not such as Europe breeds in her decay, such as she bred when fresh and young, when heavenly flame did animate her clay, by future poets shall be sung. Westward the course of empire takes its way, the 4 first acts already past. A 5th shall close the drama with the day. Time's noblest offspring is the last." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, The Carolinas. The men who had been instrumental in bringing Charles II to the throne of England, Edward Hyde, whom Charles had made Earl of Clarendon, George Monk, whom he had made Duke of Albemarle, and 6 others, applied to him for a grant of land in America, and the frivolous man who cared more for his pet poodle than all America gave them the territory between Virginia and Florida, and extending west to the Pacific Ocean. They called it Carolina. It was a wilderness except for a small settlement near the Chowan River, made in 1653 by Roger Greene and others who had moved from Virginia to enjoy perfect freedom. William Drummond was appointed governor, but what cared the people for him, or for Stevens, who succeeded him in 1667? Nothing. The men who built their rude log cabins with chimneys made of sticks and mud, who roamed the forest at will, living on wild turkeys and deer, snapped their fingers in the governor's face. They had suffered much under the arbitrary laws of Virginia, and in 1669 met in convention and declared that there should be complete freedom of conscience, that there should be no taxes except what they themselves might impose. Quite likely the earls and lords did not know what the settlers were doing. Be that as it may, they employed the great metaphysician, John Locke, to plan a government. He knew very little of the influences at work in the New World, how men were being educated to think and act for themselves, but based his plan on Old World ideas, on a plan which Plato thought out among the olive groves of Athens when Greece was in her glory. He thought that there ought to be 3 orders of nobility: landgrave, men who would own great tracts of land like the earls of England and Germany; caciques, who were to be of a lower order; and barons, who were to have a rank similar to the barons of England. The titles were to descend from the fathers to the eldest sons. They were to be exclusive owners of the land. They were to make and execute the laws. The people were to have no voice in affairs. They were to be only serfs. John Locke, with all his learning, never mistrusted that the time had gone by for the establishment of such a government, for English-speaking people were in the Western world. The Frenchmen in Canada might consent to live under such a government, but Englishmen, never. Neither the great metaphysician nor anyone else in England took into account the distance of 3,000 miles, the influence of the wilderness, and the fact that there was little to interfere with the freedom of men. They did not reflect that men who could have venison, turkey, and fish on their tables the year round, who, by scratching the ground and putting in a few potatoes, could obtain sufficient food, were not likely to submit to such laws or to accept such a system as he had contrived. The settlers cut gashes in the tall pines and gathered the fragrant turpentine that oozed from the pores. The lords claimed the soil and all there was in it. But when the tax-gatherer came to collect dues for the land and turpentine, they laughed in his face. Pay rents? Not they. One of the governors which the lords sent over was not only governor but secretary and collector, and attempted to carry things with a high hand, whereupon Jack Culpeper and a few others handled him so roughly that he was glad to get out of the colony. They ruled themselves for 2 years. In truth, they were a lawless set. They would not obey John Locke's laws, neither their own. Seth Sothel came from England to govern them, but he was a dissolute fellow, and they drove him out of the colony. The settlements up to 1670 were in the northern section of the territory. But in that year the earls and lords to whom Charles had given the land sent out a colony to develop the southern portion. The ships sailed into the harbor of Port Royal, and a beginning was made where Ribald had established himself a century and a quarter before. It was called the Carteret Settlement, for Lord Carteret, one of the proprietors. After the settlers had erected their houses, they remembered how the Spaniards in 1562 had massacred the Huguenots on that spot, and fearing that they might come again, abandoned the place for one more secure, which they formed farther north, at the junction of 2 rivers, one of which they named Ashley and the other Cooper, for Lord Ashley Cooper, one of the proprietors. They named the new settlement Charlestown. The 8 men who received the land from Charles never thought of purchasing it from the Indians. They appropriated it. Buy land of the savages? Oh, no. They were peers of the English realm, and the king had given them the land. Why should they pay the Indians for it? The colonists were charmed with the country and winding rivers, the stately pines, the wide-spreading live oaks, jessamine and honeysuckle, magnolias and azaleas, filling the air with perfume. They cut down the trees and opened plantations. Many of them were little better than slaves, for having gotten into debt in England, they were put in jail and were released only by selling their services to the proprietors, who charged high rates of interest for the money advanced. In 1671, the Lords sent out Sir John Yeamans to be governor of South Carolina. One of the gentlemen accompanying him was from Drayton Hall in Northamptonshire, who opened a beautiful plantation on the bank of the Ashley above Charleston, and where his grandson reared a noble mansion, which is still standing. The same year some Negroes were brought to Charleston and sold, the beginning of Negro slavery in South Carolina. It was a community of Cavaliers, Puritans, and Dutchmen. Few had money, many of them were struggling to get out of debt, and who found it all the harder after the introduction of slaves. Huguenots came from France, driven from their old homes from the mulberry orchards and vineyards, after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes by Louis XIV. They selected South Carolina as their future home. The mulberry and grape would thrive in its genial clime. They could feed the leaves of the mulberry to the silkworm, reel the glossy fiber from the cocoons, spin and weave and enjoy their religious belief unmolested by king or pope in their new far-off homes. Strange to say, the colonists wished they would stay away. Why should Frenchmen be allowed there? It was a revival of the old hatred between Englishmen and Frenchmen. But the Huguenots attended to their own affairs. They were peaceable and orderly. It was an infusion of some of the best blood of France. They soon forgot that they were Frenchmen. They became American citizens. The names of some of their descendants, Grimke, Huger, Legare, Laurens, Marion, are inseparably connected with the history of our country. The first settlers cared very little about building churches. The first, St. Michael's, was not erected until 1682. There were a few Episcopalians and some dissenters, but most of the people did not care whether they had a church or not, or else were too poor to put forth any effort to build one. The Earl of Albemarle sent over this order: "The Church of England must be made the established Church of Carolina." Sir Nathaniel Moore, who had been appointed governor, issued an order compelling each colonist to pay £30 annually for the support of a minister. The country was divided into parishes, and all who would not pay were disfranchised, deprived of holding any office of honor, trust, or profit. Quakers could not serve on a jury. The church wardens, with 2 constables every Sunday forenoon and afternoon, visited all the grog shops, arresting all idlers and marching them to jail for not being in their places at church. The laws were harsh toward those who had sold their services to the lords. Dennis Mahon attempted to escape to the Spaniards in Florida, but was caught, and had 39 lashes put upon his bare back with the cat-o'-nine-tails. Many other settlers were whipped for attempting to escape. Spain and England were at peace, but the Spaniards of St. Augustine suddenly fell upon the English settlement at Edisto in 1686, pillaged Mr. Martson's house, murdered the governor's brother, and carried off 13 slaves. They destroyed another settlement at Port Royal. The people of Charleston determined to have their revenge. 400 men were ready to march to St. Augustine, but just then Governor Carleton arrived from England and threatened to hang them if they attempted it. In 1695, a vessel arrived at Charleston from Madagascar. Governor Smith went on board and received a present from the captain of some rice which he sowed in his garden. It was so luxuriant that he began its cultivation. His neighbors also cultivated it, and in a short time the colony not only supplied itself with rice, but sent shiploads to England and to the colonies. It was the beginning of a great industry. Governor Thomas Smith was born at Exeter in England. He emigrated to South Carolina in 1671. He had a brother who emigrated to Boston, whose granddaughter, Abigail, married John Adams, the second President of the United States. He built a country house on the Back River, and made portholes in the walls so that it could defend against the Indians, and dug a passage underground to the river where he kept a boat concealed, so that, if not able to defend the house, he could escape by the secret passage. When he was appointed governor or landgrave, the proprietors gave him 48,000 acres of land. He was a Puritan, clear-headed and honest, but there were so many quarrels going on between the colonists, between those who had sold their services and those who had bought them, that he became tired of being governor and sent word to the proprietors that they must send over somebody else to take his place. As for being governor, he would not. While he was in office, the colony was divided into North and South Carolina. It was Reverend Mr. White of Dorchester, England, who started the Puritan emigration to New England, and the second party of immigrants from that town in 1630, settling in Massachusetts, named their new home Dorchester. In 1696, a party of their descendants, hearing of the attractions of Carolina, the richness of its soil, the genial climate, where during summer and winter the flowers were ever in bloom, bade goodbye to their friends in Massachusetts to start life anew amidst the live oaks and magnolias of the South. They selected a site on the bank of the Ashley and named it Dorchester. They were Puritans, and one of the first buildings erected was a church. They were hard-working, and Dorchester soon became a thrifty town. They established a market and had fairs twice a year which attracted people from all parts of the colony. They established a free school. "We have come," they said, "to encourage the promotion of religion." From the banks of the Ashley, another colony went out in 1752 to Georgia, and settled still another, Dorchester. It was a vigorous seed which Reverend John White sent out from that little fishing town on the southern coast of England. Dorchester on the Ashley has disappeared. Stately trees grow where the thrifty settlers once held their annual fair, and the azaleas, honeysuckles, and jessamine bloom where once they drove their teams. Everything has disappeared except the old white church in which they worshipped. In 1702, when war was declared between England and Spain, Governor Moore sailed with several hundred men to capture St. Augustine. But he had no cannon. The Spanish fort was strong, and he accomplished nothing. The expedition cost £6,000 and was the beginning of a great deal of trouble. There were only 5,000 people in the colony, and their taxes were so great that they could not pay them. They accused Governor Moore of feathering his own nest, of purchasing supplies himself, and in other ways. Two parties arose, the governor and his friends, who were Episcopalians, and the people, who were dissenters. The Lord sent over Sir Nathaniel Johnson to succeed Moore. He was self-willed and obstinate. The colonists had no schools, and very few could read. Those who lived in the backwoods had no churches. Many had never heard a sermon. They knew very little about the Bible or anything else. They used very profane oaths, and Governor Johnson overtook to make them good church-going people by passing laws against swearing. Whoever blasphemes the Trinity or questions the divine authority of the Bible will be sent to prison for 3 years. Every citizen chosen member of the Assembly must partake of the Lord's Supper in accordance with the rule of the Church, was a law passed by the Assembly which disfranchised all the dissenters. Though disfranchised, the people were patriots and showed what good Englishmen they were when a frigate and 4 other French vessels appeared off Charleston to attack the place. The drums beat, and they came with their guns to resist the invasion. Governor Johnson built a fort on an island in the harbor which still bears his name. He had but a few soldiers, but he would make the most of them. Captain Lefebvre, who commanded the French, sent a lieutenant on shore with a white flag demanding the surrender of the place. The lieutenant was blindfolded and marched from place to place, but whenever the handkerchief was taken from his eyes, he beheld troops around him and went back reporting that the English had a large army, whereas Governor Johnson had kept a company on the march ahead of the Frenchmen, and he had seen the same people all the time. Captain Lefebvre was amazed. He sailed away, not daring to make an attack. Soon after he was gone, a French vessel with 90 men and supplies sailed into the harbor and was captured. The Tuscaroras were the most powerful Indian tribe in North Carolina. Settlers had taken their lands, stolen their corn and sweet potatoes, and were driving the game from the country. The Indians resolved to be revenged. They dipped a stick in blood and sent it to the Yemens in South Carolina, who joined the conspiracy and sharpened their scalping knives for the terrible work. In the spring of 1715, a blow fell. Hundreds of settlers were killed, but Governor Craven defeated the Yemenis near Port Royal with a terrible slaughter, and the Tuscaroras lost 300 in a battle with the North Carolina settlers. They were so nearly annihilated that they fled north and joined the Iroquois. The lords who owned the land would not assist the colonists, who were ground down with taxes. There was so much trouble that Queen Anne bought back their territory, paying the proprietors £22,500, and the attempt to establish the government on the plan thought out by John Locke came to an end in 1729. The governors of North Carolina found so much difficulty in ruling the indolent people that one of them, Governor Burrington, in 1731, wrote this to the Duke of Newcastle: "The people of North Carolina are neither to be cajoled nor outwitted. Whenever a governor attempts to effect anything by this means, he will lose his labor and show his ignorance. The inhabitants are not industrious, but subtle and crafty, always behaving insolently to their governor. Some they have imprisoned, driven others out of the country, and at times have set up a governor of their own choice, supported by men under arms. Burrington was so distasteful to them that they soon compelled him to leave. He was a wicked man, and in 1734 was murdered in a carouse in London. The people loved liberty, but cared very little for those other qualities of character necessary for the building up of a thrifty state. Governor Johnson, a Scotchman, appointed in 1734, was a good man. In his address to the Assembly he deplored the condition of affairs. The morals of the people are loose. There is no provision for education, laws disregarded by the rich, and they oppress the poor, who have no redress." He was wise and prudent, and had so much influence in Scotland that many people emigrated from that country, sailing up Cape Fear River and settling in the high banks in the interior. They loved law and order and were deeply religious. With their coming, North Carolina took on a new life. Through the years in which New York and New England were struggling against the Indians, from the beginning of the 18th century to the time of the Revolution, there was very little occurring to disturb the Carolinas. The settlers of North Carolina made tar and turpentine, and the planters of South Carolina cultivated their rice fields. Many shiploads of slaves were brought from the West Indies and Africa. The planters grew rich in their labor, reared stately mansions in Charleston, and elegant residences in the country, living in princely style, riding in coaches and attended by retinues of servants. They adorned their grounds with flowers and entertained their friends with hospitality, but the poor people found themselves growing poorer. How could they get on where there were so many slaves? The planters regarded labor as degrading, and treated the poor whites with contempt. So it came about that there were wider distinctions in society in South Carolina than in any other colony. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Georgia. The jails of England were filled with men who could not pay their debts. Some were spendthrifts. Others had worked hard, but the wolf was ever at the door, and they could not get on in the world. Hard-hearted creditors had thrust them behind the prison bars. What hope for such a prisoner? No grateful fire before him glows, and yet the winter's breath is chill, and o'er his half-clad person goes the frequent ague thrill. Silent, save ever and anon, a sound half murmur and half groan forces apart the painful grip of the old sufferer's bearded lip. Oh, sad and crushing is the fate of old age chained and desolate. What could society do? It might have changed the laws, but it did not. The large-hearted General James Oglethorpe, Member of Parliament, 40 years old, and who had fought the Turks in Hungary, who was in the great battles around Belgrade with Prince Eugene, conceived a plan for the relief of poor deserving men, that of founding a colony in America, where, with a little help, they might start life anew. He enlisted some of the noblemen of England in his enterprise. George II favored it and granted them the country between the Altalama and Savannah rivers, for a colony to be named Georgia. Noblemen, members of Parliament, and kind-hearted people contributed to the enterprise, and in January 1733, the ship Anne, with 35 families, 130 persons, entered the Savannah River. Oglethorpe laid out a town with streets running at right angles and many pleasant parks, and named it Savannah. He held a feast the next Sunday after his arrival. Many of the South Carolina people were there, and altogether they devoured 4 fat hogs, 8 turkeys, besides chickens and beef, and drank 1 hogshead of punch, 1 of beer, and a vast deal of wine. General Oglethorpe purchased the land of Tomochichi, one of the Indian chiefs. He hired the slaves of some of the planters of South Carolina to clear the ground and prepare it for planting. The emigrants worked with a will, and in a very short time the settlers were living in nice houses. The woods were full of game, and there were fish in the rivers. They were so near Carolina they could obtain abundance of food, and none of the hardships were encountered which other colonies had endured. Captain McPherson, with a company of Scotchmen, built a fort on the Occoquechee River, and named it for the Duke of Argyll. Other colonists came, and in 2 years there were more than 500 settlers. Many of the emigrants were from Scotland. One party settled at Darien, on the Altamaha. They brought their bagpipes, and, when through with work for the day, passed the evening hours in playing the quaint melodies of the dear old land. They were industrious and devout. The Salzburgers came, and who were they? They were descendants of the Waldenses, who lived in the beautiful valley of Vaudois, in Piedmont, who, away back in the 12th century, wanted to read the Bible, which the Pope would not permit. Terrible the persecutions they endured. Footnote, see Story of Liberty, page 304. End footnote. Armies were sent against them again and again. Thousands were killed in battle or burnt at the stake, but nothing could quench the spirit of religious freedom in the Waldenses. Some who escaped the horrible massacres perpetrated by the armies sent by the Pope fled northward through Switzerland, crossed Lake Constance, and found refuge in Salzburg. For more than 50 years lived in peace, so few in numbers that the priests took no notice of them, but they increased and held meetings of their own. That the priests could not permit. They were thrown into prison and suffered the horrors of the terrible torture chamber. The jailer made them lay a finger or a thumb upon a post. He gently touched a spring, and whack! Down came a hammer like a gun lock, driving a sharp needle through the finger and nailing it to the post. He put iron bracelets on their arms that came together with a spring, and driving pins like prickles of a chestnut burr into the flesh. He had an iron cap which he would put on their heads with a lining of sharp knives that gashed the scalp. He stripped off their clothing, laid them upon a bench of corrugated oak, and kneaded them as a baker does his bread with a knob rolling pin. He put them in a wide, deep cradle, the bottom and sides all knobs, rocked them to and fro until the flesh became like quivering jelly. He sawed their thighs to the bone with a string of iron beads. He thrust an iron ball into their mouths, pulled the string, and the ball blossomed into an iron lily, forcing open their jaws until they cracked in the sockets. A pair of pincers clasped the tongue. One twitch, and it was torn out by the roots. They were led through dark and gloomy passages to a dungeon to be embraced by a maiden. And who was she? There she stood, an iron statue, hooded and wearing an iron ruffle, enveloped in an iron cloak. The jailer touched a spring, and the maiden clasped her victim in her iron arms. It was not a quick embrace, but one slow and long enduring, with needles of steel piercing the flesh, 2 iron spikes piercing the eyeballs. The jailer gave a turn of a screw, and the spikes went a little deeper. Another turn, and deeper still. What ages of pain, fever, thirst, agony! Another turn of the screw, and closer the embrace. When death had ended all, a trapdoor opens, and the maiden drops her victim. Down, down, down it falls, 200 feet into a dark and gloomy cavern, upon the dying forms of those that had preceded it. No record except in God's book of remembrance. In 1728, the Archbishop of Salzburg set himself to eradicate the Protestants from his bishopric. In 3 years he drove 30,000 into exile, to Prussia, Holland, and England, or where they could find refuge. They heard of America as a land for the oppressed, and 50 families started in 1733, dragging their goods in rude carts, carrying heavy packs, making their way to Frankfurt on the Main, and floating down the river in boats sailing for Georgia. They reached the Promised Land, worn, weary, and poor in everything except faith in the principles for which they had suffered. They loved the Bible and prayer book better than anything else. "Hitherto hath the Lord helped us," they said, and called the little settlement on the bank of the Savannah Ebenezer. The settlers were not all so sturdy in their religious principles as the Salzburgers. Some of the English and Scotsmen quarreled or drank more rum than was good for them, and were put in the stocks. They were pleased with the country, and wrote home such glowing accounts of the delightfulness of the climate that many others came. Among the number were 2 young men, brothers, John and Charles Wesley, who had been educated at Oxford, and who were fired with religious zeal. They were the first Methodists. John visited the Indian chief Thomas Chichi and asked him to become a Christian. "Me be Christian? Christians get drunk. Christians beat men. Christians tell lies. Me no Christian," said Thomas. John and Charles Wesley did not stay long, but went back to England. Another preacher, Reverend George Whitefield, visited Charleston and Savannah in 1738. "Don't have anything to do with him," said Reverend Alexander Gordon, the Episcopal minister at Charleston, and preached a sermon from the text, "Those who have turned the world upside down have come hither also." Instead of inducing the people to stay away from Mr. Whitefield's preaching, everybody wanted to hear him and came in crowds. Mr. Whitefield loved a joke and preached a sermon in reply, taking this for his text, "Alexander the coppersmith did me much evil." Rum and Negroes. The laws passed by Parliament said that nobody should sell rum or hold slaves in Georgia. The men would have their rum, notwithstanding the law. General Oglethorpe saw that South Carolina was getting rich through the employment of slave labor. General Oglethorpe was large-hearted and established a home for orphans at Savannah and begged money for their support in England. He discovered also a way to make it self-supporting. He was opposed to slavery on principle. The laws would not let him hold slaves in Georgia, but he might do it in South Carolina. Would not the nobleness of charity make it right for him to hold slaves? He thought it would, and bought a plantation and a large number of slaves. If the governor could do it outside of Georgia, why could not others, less scrupulous, hold slaves inside the boundary? How could Oglethorpe prosecute them for doing openly what he was doing, as it were, surreptitiously? So, through the Jesuitical action of Oglethorpe, slavery was introduced. Many of the Negroes brought from Africa to Charleston by the slave ships panted for freedom and fled into the forests of Georgia. Some reached St. Augustine. Spain and England were at war. The Jesuits at St. Augustine prevailed upon some of the Negroes to return to South Carolina and stir up the slaves to revolt and murder their masters. The slaves, not reflecting that they were weak and their masters strong, began an insurrection in 1740, which was quickly put down. "Arrest any of the Jesuits or Spaniards you may find in Georgia," said Governor Oglethorpe to the sheriff, who scoured the country with a posse of men. Oglethorpe sent a letter to the governor of New York and other colonies, informing them of what the Spaniards were doing, and the whole country was thrown into a fervor of excitement. Oglethorpe made a settlement on St. Simon's Island, at the mouth of the Altamaha, with forts to protect it. "An English settlement at St. Simon's, right under our noses." The Spaniards at St. Augustine resented it. The Jesuits sent presents to the Indians to induce them to be their allies in sweeping the English into the Atlantic. But Oglethorpe, getting wind of the movement, made his way through the forest, threading thickets, crossing rivers, and enduring many hardships, to meet the Indians in a grand council which assembled at Coweta, 300 miles northwest of Savannah, and was so influential that they agreed to be true friends of the English. 30 vessels were off St. Simon's, with the Spanish flag at their mastheads and cannon peeping out of the portholes. Don Manuel de Montezuma was commander, with 5,000 soldiers. He would make ash-heaps of St. Simon's and Savannah. Oglethorpe could muster only 800 men, with one merchant vessel of 20 guns and 2 schooners. He made a brave fight with his vessels, but the Spaniards obliged him to abandon them. Montezuma sailed to the harbor of Frederica. The town was at the head of the bay. To get up to it, the Spaniards must make a sweep around Devil's Elbow, a point of land on which Oglethorpe planted some cannon, which could give such a raking fire that Montezuma, instead of attempting to pass it, landed his troops below to move upon the town. It would be an easy march along a sandy road beneath tall pines and green palmettos on one side and a swamp on the other. Veteran troops of Spain in light uniforms, banners waving, started at daybreak along the narrow way, putting to flight the few men which Oglethorpe had stationed to guard the road. The Spaniards pursued them, but could not overtake them. The day was warm. They stacked their guns, threw themselves upon the ground to wipe the sweat from their brows before marching across the plain to enter the town. They began to prepare for breakfast. Crack, crack, a volley! There was a flashing amidst the palmettos. Some of the Spaniards, lying upon the ground, never rose again. Others, rising, went down, pierced by the bullets of a company of Scotch Highlanders. A panic seized the Spaniards. Down the defile they fled, leaving their guns, knapsacks, everything, pursued by the Highlanders and the Indians, who were allies to the English. The Indians buried their tomahawks in the skulls of those they captured. The Spaniards did not stop until they reached the boats. Don Montezuma had lost several hundred men, but he had still 4,000. He supposed that Oglethorpe had nearly as many, and was greatly surprised to learn from a deserter that the English numbered only 800. Oglethorpe knew that the men had deserted, and some plan must be contrived to deceive the Spaniards. What did he do but write a letter to the deserters? "Persuade the Spaniards to believe that the English have only a few hundred men. Don't let the Spaniards know that 2,000 men are coming from Charleston, nor that Admiral Vernon is on his way with a fleet to attack St. Augustine. If you are successful, a heavy reward will be paid you." Oglethorpe had taken some of the Spaniards prisoners. One of them was promised a great reward if he would deliver the letter to the deserters. Did the deserter receive the letter? Not by any means. It found its way, just as Oglethorpe expected it would, into the hands of Don Montezuma. "Sails! Sails!" There they were, white specks out upon the ocean. The Spaniards could see them. They must be a part of Admiral Vernon's fleet, bound for St. Augustine. There was a commotion in the Spanish camp, soldiers embarking in hot haste, and when they were on board, Don Montezuma hoisted sail and hastened to St. Augustine to defend it against Admiral Vernon. But the admiral never made his appearance. The vessels were merchantmen quietly pursuing their voyage to other ports. So, through the trick played by Oglethorpe, the Spanish invasion came to an inglorious end. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The Negro Tragedy. It was a foolish thing for Mrs. Hogg to do. Open her money drawer when a rascally young sailor by the name of Wilson was in her shop. For having caught a glimpse of the silver, he walked down Broad Street to John Huffson's tavern and told 3 Negroes, Caesar, Prince, and Cuffy, all about it. The next morning, when Mrs. Hogg opened her shop, she found that it had been plundered, that goods and money were missing. It was the spring of 1741. New York contained 12,000 inhabitants, and in a short time everybody was talking about the burglary. Some people cannot keep a secret. Cuffy could not, but showed a handful of silver to Mary Burton, who did chores at John Huffson's dirty tavern down by the North River. It was not a nice place for Mary, who was only 15 years old, for the groggery was the resort of sailors and the scum of the town. Negro slaves bought their grog at Huffson's bar. Mary was bound out to the tavern keeper, and quite likely heard much vile language. Cuffy gave Mary a piece of money, which she in turn showed to her playmates. The secret was out, and the constable marched Cuffy, Prince, and Caesar, an Irish girl named Peggy, and John Huffson and his wife to jail as robbers and accomplices. "Fire! Fire! The governor's house on fire!" The people of New York were just finishing their dinners. They ran with pails, buckets, and ladders, but before they could put out the fire, the governor's house, the secretary's office, and the soldiers' barracks were in ashes. A plumber had been soldering the tin on the roof of the governor's house, and a spark from his furnace had done the mischief. The loss was so great that everybody talked about it. "Fire! Fire! Captain Warren's house on fire!" It had caught from the chimney on the roof, but was quickly put out. "Fire! Fire! Van Zant's storehouse is on fire!" The storehouse stood down by the East River and was filled with lumber and hay. A man had been smoking in the building. No one doubted that a spark from his pipe had started the flames. "Fire! Fire! Mr. Quirk's barn on fire!" The bells are ringing and people are running to put it out. This the next day after Van Zant's. The barn was on the east side of town. "Another fire over west. Ben Thomas's house next to Captain Sarby's." 2 fires at the same time on Saturday. Ben Thomas owned a Negro slave, and the fire started in his chamber over the kitchen between 2 beds. Coals near a haystack close to John Murray's stables in Broadway, right in the heart of the town. That's what somebody discovered on Sunday morning. The coals had gone out, but there they were. Who put them there? That was the question. "Fire! Fire! Sergeant Burns' house on fire!" That was the alarm on Monday morning. The people ran, but found that it was only the burning of soot in the chimney. "Fire! Fire! Mrs. Hilton's house next to Captain Sarby's. The roof in flames." That was the alarm of Monday afternoon. 7 alarms in 2 weeks. No doubt somebody was trying to burn the town. Who could it be? The Negroes. Spanish Negroes. Who were they? Captain Sarby owned one of them. They had been brought into New York from a Spanish vessel which had been captured. "We are freemen in our own country," said the Negroes, but the court had condemned them to be sold as slaves. It must be that they were taking their revenge. That was the conclusion arrived at without thought or reason. There was no positive evidence that either of the houses had been set on fire. That Ben Thomas's house was over the kitchen, and a spark from a crevice in the chimney might have set the straw beds on fire. The coals by John Murray's haystack might have been extinguished before they were thrown there. Mrs. Earle, who lived on Broadway, had a story to tell. 3 Negroes were going past her house. One said, "Fire, fire, scorch a little now, but by and by." Then he swore. Mrs. Earle's hair stood on end. Those words, by and by. Did they not mean something terrible? She told her neighbor, Mrs. George, about it, and Mrs. George felt the cold shivers creep over her. "There they are." The 2 women looked out and saw the 3 Negroes. One of them was Mr. Walters, Quaco. The women, with their hearts in their mouths, rushed out to tell their neighbors that there was a dreadful conspiracy among the Negroes to burn the town. People lost their wits, became panic-stricken, and seized a large number of the Negroes and thrust them into jail. "What did you mean, Quaco, when you said scorch a little, but by and by?" "I meant that the Spaniards had got scorched by Admiral Vernon, and they would get more by and by," said Quaco. The news had just come that Admiral Vernon had captured Portobello in the West Indies. "To white people, 100 pounds. To free Negroes, 100 pounds and pardon. To slaves, 100 pounds, pardon, freedom." That was what the governor offered to those who would tell what they knew about the conspiracy. He called out the troops to patrol the town. He called the Supreme Court together and summoned a grand jury. Every lawyer in New York offered his services to the governor to aid in ferreting out the conspirators. Governor, judges, sheriffs, grand jury, lawyers, people, all were beside themselves. The entire community was panic-stricken. The soldiers marched the streets with their guns. The constables searched all the houses of the Negroes who were in jail, but they found no evidence of any conspiracy or plan for insurrection. April came, and the court sat to try the Negroes. Also John Huffson for robbing Mrs. Hogg, and Arthur Price for stealing goods when the governor's house was on fire. Mary Burton was the chief witness. "Do you know anything about the conspiracy?" Mary bit her apron. "Tell us all about it, Mary. You can have 100 pounds. 100 pounds. What a sum for a girl of 15. Mary hesitated. "You must tell us. You must speak the truth. What a terrible sin if you do not. You will have to answer for it at the day of judgment. It will be a damnable sin laid at your door," said Judge Horsemenden. She was in court. There sat the judges, wearing their big white wigs. There were 17 of the coolest-headed men and the most respected citizens of New York. Is it strange that a chore girl of a dirty tavern, who had no education, no friends, who was little better than a slave, whose master and mistress were in jail for receiving stolen goods, is it a wonder that, with 100 pounds before her, besieged by the governor, judges, jury, and all the lawyers, she should tell such a story as they wanted to hear, that there was a conspiracy among the Negroes? Yes, there was a conspiracy. She had heard Cuffy, Caesar, and Prince talk it over. They talked about burning the fort and the tavern. They were going to do it in the night, and when the people had came to put out the fires, the Negroes would kill them. John Huffson, Mrs. Huffson, and Peggy, an Irish girl, had promised to help them. Caesar was to be governor and Huffson king. There were 30 Negroes in it. They had 8 muskets, 3 pistols, and 4 swords. What a revelation! Judges and jury stood aghast. Every white man, woman, and child not in the plot to be murdered. They were so horrified that they could not see how absurd the story and how great the improbability that it was a lie from the beginning to end. 30 Negroes with 8 guns, 3 pistols, and 4 swords were to murder 12,000 white men and women and set up a government of their own. Go on, Mary, tell us more. And Mary went on, telling how they were to stand at the door of Trinity Church and murder the people when they came out of meeting. Arthur Price, who was in prison for stealing goods from the governor's house, saw that there was a chance for him to get clear and have 100 pounds besides. He swore that Mary had told a true story. Caesar and Prince were condemned to be hung. "We are not guilty," said the negroes as they stood with the halters around their necks. Nobody believed them, and the sheriff swung them off. The governor appointed May 13th for fasting and prayer. On that day there was a fire over in Hackensack and 2 barns burnt. Of course, the negroes did it. 2 were arrested, 1 confessed, both were tied to stakes and burnt to death. Wilder grew the excitement. Mary Burton had more confessions to make. The judges and jury accepted every word of her statement as truth. John Huffson, his wife, and Peggy were hung. "We are innocent. There is not a word of truth in Mary's stories," they said. But what were their protestations worth with people who were going crazy with excitement? There must be somebody behind the negroes. A ship sailed into the harbor from Savannah, bringing a letter from Governor Oglethorpe of Georgia to Lieutenant Governor Clark. "I have some intelligence of a villainous design. The Spaniards have employed emissaries to burn all the magazines in large towns in America. Many priests are employed for the purpose, who pretend to be physicians, dancing masters, and other such kind of occupations," wrote Governor Oglethorpe. "The Spaniards! The Papists! The Papists!" The cry ran through the town. Who were the emissaries? "John Ney, the schoolmaster. He's a priest in disguise." Poor John Ney, a quiet, inoffensive, retiring man who had always minded his own business and had eked out a scanty living by teaching school, was hauled up before the court. "He has been often at our house," said John Huffson's daughter, Sarah, who had also been arrested, and who was thinking how she could save her own neck from the halter. "He used to draw a circle on the floor with chalk, and each Negro put his foot in it and swore a terrible oath to kill all the white folks. He gave them the sacrament and absolved them from all sin," she said, telling a lie which governor, judges, jury, and lawyers all believed. And John Ney, without a friend to utter a word in his defense, was taken out to the gallows. "I never knew Huffson or his wife, never saw them. I have no knowledge of any conspiracy. I'm not a Catholic, but a minister of the Church of England." What was that denial to a panic-stricken court and people? "He's a papist, a conspirator. Hang him." The rope was put around his neck, the black cap drawn over his head. The rope cut, and his lifeless body dangled in the air. Mr. Roosevelt's Negro, Quaco, was charged with having set the governor's house on fire when, before the panic, everybody was satisfied that the wind had blown a spark from the plumber's furnace which had set the roof on fire. "Burn him if he will not confess." Quaco was tied to the stake, and the faggots piled around him. "Tell all you know about the conspiracy, and you shall be pardoned." I set the governor's house on fire. I took coal from the kitchen and carried it up to the roof, but it didn't catch. I went up next day and blew the coals into a flame and kindled the fire." "Burn him! Burn him!" shouted the crowd, too crazy to see that Quaco's confession was a lie, that a brand would not hold its fire for 24 hours. "Burn him! Burn him!" The faggots were lighted, the flames curled around him, and his life went out amidst the hootings and maledictions of the demented multitude. "White men who wore ruffled shirts used to come into the tavern. They sent letters to Huffson with money in them," said Mary Burton, inventing more lies. White men with ruffled shirts. Who were they? Mary gave the names of some of the best men in New York. Judge Horsemenden begins to see things in a different light. That cannot be. Mary is telling lies. The panic dies out as suddenly as it began. The governor appoints a day of thanksgiving. For what? To thank God for having delivered the colony from the execrable conspiracy. So read the proclamation. Conspiracy? There had been none. The negroes were innocent. John Ney was innocent. The Papists, the Spaniards, had laid no plans. The Pope had no emissaries in disguise. There was not a Catholic priest in New York. John Huffson, his wife, and Peggy were all innocent, except as receivers of the goods which Cuffy, Prince, and Caesar had stolen. There was no evidence entitled to the court's credence that any fire had been set by design. The confession which Quacko had made was invented by the poor fellow in his fright, a vain effort to save his life. How sad the record! Nearly 200 imprisoned, 12 burnt to death, 18 hung, 32 transported and sold as slaves in the West Indies, and every one innocent. How shall we account for such a craze? Governor, judges, the wisest and best men, the whole community going mad, losing their wits, imprisoning, hanging the innocent, believing the stories of an injudicious chore girl of a dirty groggery, rejecting the protestations of a schoolmaster, a minister of the Church of England, accepting lies for truth and regarding the truth as lies. The hanging of the 20 men and women at Salem was a ripple of the great wave of superstition that had been sweeping over Europe, sending hundreds and thousands to the stake and gallows. Popes, bishops, priests, Catholic and Protestant alike, good men in every country, believed that God had commanded them to put witches to death. There were tears upon the cheeks of the judges at Salem when they condemned Rebecca Nurse. A half-century had rolled away since the delusion in regard to witchcraft, but suddenly, with no superstition of the ages to give it force, a wilder panic seized the people of New York. Everybody went crazy, governor, judges, jury, lawyers, ministers, people. It was the most unaccountable event in the history of our country. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The Beginning of a Great Struggle. Who owned the country west of the Alleghanies? England owns it by priority of discovery, said George II. For Sebastian Cabot was the first to sail along the Atlantic coast, and Sir Francis Drake was the first to visit the Pacific. England owns from ocean to ocean. It belongs to France, said Louis XV. Champlain was the first European who visited the country of the Great Lakes. 4 years had passed since the signing of the treaty between France and England at Aix-la-Chapelle. It was only the laying down of the sword for a short time. Nothing had been said about boundaries in America, and anybody could see that the struggle sooner or later would begin again. During the year, the Indians of Canada, especially of the St. Francis tribe, which were most under the influence of the Jesuits, were restless. They had made many forays in the past upon the settlements in New Hampshire, and were eager to be once more again engaged in capturing English prisoners and selling them as slaves to the French in Montreal. In April 1752, David Stinton, Amos Eastman, William and John Stark paddled up the Merrimack in canoes. 25 miles brought them to the frontier settlement at Boscawen. They pushed on up the winding river 40 miles farther, entered Baker's River, a little stream which meandered through a lovely valley, built a camp, and set their traps to catch the beaver which were building their dams across the streams. "There are Indians about. I have discovered their tracks," said one of the party. "We'd best take up our traps," they said, and John Stark went to take them up, when suddenly he found himself confronted by 2 Indians who made him their prisoner. They did not know that there were more English nearby, nor did John tell them. "Why has John gone so long? Perhaps he's gotten lost," said the other hunters. They fired a gun. The countenances of the Indians lighted with joy. They stole through the forest with John and came upon his 3 companions. Eastman was on the shore, William Stark and Stinson in the boat. They seized Eastman. "Pull to the other shore," shouted John. Crack, Crack went the guns of the Indians. Stinson fell dead, and a bullet split the paddle in William Stark's hand. He leapt to the other bank. Crack, crack went the guns again. The bullets whistled around William, but he was a swift runner and soon out of sight. The Indians gave John a whipping for having shouted to William, loaded him with the plunder of the camp, and marched quickly to their canoes. They divided, one party going west over the Green Mountains with the furs which they had captured, going directly to Albany because they could get better prices there than in Canada, and the other party, with their 2 prisoners, paddling up the Connecticut, carrying their canoes to Lake Memphremagog, descending the St. Francis River to their village on the bank of the St. Lawrence, halfway between Quebec and Montreal. The village of St. Francis was a collection of miserable cabins. The Jesuits had built a chapel where a little tinkling bell called the Indians to morning mass and evening vespers. The whole population, warriors, squaws, and children, came out to receive the party returning from so successful a foray. True, there was no war between France and England, but what of that? Had they not made war on their own account? The Jesuit fathers had no rebuke for them. Were not the English all heretics? The prisoners must run the gauntlet. It is not quite certain what the word came from, but it means running between 2 rows of men armed with sticks, each Indian to give the prisoner a whack as he passed. Eastman was the oldest, and ran first. Whack, whack, fell the blows, beating his flesh black and blue. "Your turn now," said an Indian to John Stark. He was 30 years old, tall and broad-shouldered. His muscles are springs of steel. He has an iron will. He is quick to think and act. The Indians grasp their cudgels in a firmer grip. Stark comes upon the run. Quick as a flash, he wrests a cudgel from an Indian, swings it about his head with the strength of a giant, giving blows on their faces and on their foreheads. They go down as the Philistines fell before Samson. The Indians take to their heels and escape his mighty strokes. "You hoe corn," they say, putting the hoe in his hands. He strikes it into the ground a few times, hoeing up the young corn instead of the weeds, then flings the hoe into the river. "Squaws hoe corn, braves fight," he said. Did they punish him? On the contrary, they patted him on the shoulder. "Bono, bono, good, good," they said, greatly pleased at his spirit. They wanted him to be their chief. Eastman got his freedom for $60, but Stark had to pay $100 for being so bold and brave. While the Jesuit Indians were making raids upon the Merrimack, Christopher Gist was crossing the Allegheny Mountains with 11 families and making a settlement near Pittsburgh. Intelligence of what he was doing reached the governor of Canada. The English were taking possession of Ohio. He would not permit it. He determined to drive them out. He sent a party of soldiers who built a fort on the Allegheny at Franklin, in Venango County, in the territory which the Ohio Company had purchased. Governor Dinwiddie of Virginia looked around to find someone to send a message to the French. There were many able men in the prime of life in Virginia, but he passed them all by and selected a tall young man, only 22 years old, George Washington. Who was he, and what had he done to commend himself to act as ambassador in a matter affecting the relations not only of the Ohio Company, but Virginia and all the other colonies? He was great-grandson of John Washington, who stood so staunchly by Charles I, who emigrated to Virginia when Cromwell came into power. He was born on February 22nd, 1732, on the banks of the Potomac, in a little old low-roofed house with a big chimney on the outside of each gable. Soon after his birth, his father moved to Fredericksburg, and George went to school and studied arithmetic and grammar, and learned to write a clear, round hand. His oldest brother, Lawrence, was sent to England to be educated. He came back in 1740. England and Spain were at war, and the English went on an expedition to the West Indies to capture the Spanish towns. Virginia raised some troops, and Lawrence Washington went as captain and had a taste of fighting in an attack by Admiral Vernon on Carthagena. He was gone 2 years. His father died in 1743, leaving a great estate on the Potomac to Lawrence, which he named Mount Vernon, in honor of his commander, Admiral Vernon. He built a fine mansion overlooking the river, married Annie Fairfax, and lived in fine style, having a stable full of horses. George was 11 years old and was sent to Mr. Williams' school, where he studied surveying. He wanted to be a midshipman on one of Admiral Vernon's ships. A commission was obtained for him, but his mother asked him to give up the idea of being a sailor, and his affection for her was so tender that he did not accept the commission. When he was 15 years old, he went to Mount Vernon to live with Lawrence, whose next neighbor was Lord Fairfax, a tall, gaunt, round-boned man, with sharp nose, piercing eyes, 60 years old, who owned immense estates on the Potomac and beyond the Blue Ridge along the Shenandoah, which he had inherited from his mother, daughter of Lord Culpeper, to whom they had been given by Charles II. Lord Fairfax had many horses. He was fond of hunting and riding at a breakneck speed, leaping fallen trees and high fences, and chasing deer and foxes with a pack of hounds and a troop of his neighbors. A fox hunt in the early morning, when the air was fresh and invigorating, stirred the blood, the master of the band sending out blasts from his trumpet that echoed far over the valley, and singing a haunting song. A southerly wind and cloudy sky proclaim it a hunting morning. Before the sun rises, away we fly, dull sleep in a downy bed scorning. Tun-ta-ra, tun-ta-ra, tun-ta-ra. Of all the riders, there was none bolder than George Washington. No untamed colt, no matter how high he might kick, could unseat the tall boy when he was once on the animal's back. Lord Fairfax wanted his land in the Shenandoah surveyed, and engaged the 16-year-old lad to do the work. He rode on horseback up the valley of the Potomac, entered the valley of the Daughter of the Stars, as the Indians called the beautiful Shenandoah. He laid off the wild land in the farms, working hard all day with his compass, sleeping at night on the floor of a log cabin or wrapping himself in his blanket beneath the trees, earning $5 or $6 a day. He laid out a manor for Lord Fairfax, who built a great house, with numerous outbuildings, and who treated everybody with the greatest hospitality. He called his place Greenway Court. Squatters, Negroes, Indians always could have a meal of victuals at Greenway. The governor of Virginia appointed him public surveyor. The planters paid him liberally. They raised a great deal of tobacco, which they pressed into hogsheads, and which was rolled to Belhaven on the Potomac, where they loaded it in vessels and shipped it to England. Belhaven was a hamlet of a few houses, but Colonel Fairfax, Lawrence Washington, and a few of their neighbors, thinking that it might be made a large town, purchased the land, and set the young surveyor to laying it out. They named it Alexandria. Whatever he undertook to do was well done. He wrote the notes of his survey in a clear, round hand, easy to read as a printed page. He was so much respected that the governor appointed him a major in the militia when he was only 18. He took fencing lessons of Jacob van Bram, a Dutchman, who had been with his brother Lawrence in the war against the Spaniards. Governor Dinwiddie had tried in vain to find someone who would take a letter to the French beyond the mountains. Of all the brave and able men in Virginia, no one cared to go. There were terrible hardships to be encountered, to say nothing of the chance of a man losing his scalp. "I will go, sir," said the young surveyor, 20 years old, and he was so self-reliant and capable that the governor entrusted him with the mission. The leaves were falling from the elms and maples on the 30th of October when he started from Williamsburg with Jacob van Bram, who was to go with him. 8 men with a tent and provisions accompanied them on horseback. 2 were Indians. They rode up the valley of the Potomac to Cumberland, followed up a little stream called Will's Creek, climbed over the mountains, and reached the Monongahela. The provisions were put in a canoe and sent down the stream, but the men on horseback reached the Ohio before the men in the boats. While waiting for it, the young surveyor was making a map of the country. "Here's a place for a fort, and it will be a city some day," he said, as he stood upon the point of land at the junction of the Allegheny and the Monongahela. where now the smoke of thousands of furnaces of Pittsburgh darkened the sun. It was 70 miles up the valley to the first French fort at Venango. The French commander, Joncaire, had no authority to receive the letters. He must send Major Washington to his superior up French Creek to Fort Le Boeuf. But he treated the young officer from Virginia with great respect, entertaining him with wine grown in the vineyards of France. "The country is ours, and we intend to hold it," said the French commander. 4 weary days through the snow, where now fountains of oil are flowing, brought them to Fort Le Boeuf, 15 miles only from Lake Erie. Washington presented his letter, was courteously entertained 2 days, and received a letter in reply to be delivered to the governor of Virginia. Great were the hardships of the homeward journey. There had been heavy rains. French Creek was swollen. The canoes of the voyagers were in danger of being dashed upon the rocks. Many times Washington had to leap into the water to lift the boats from the rocks. It was Christmas when they started from Venango. The pack horses were broken down. Washington piled the baggage on his horse and started on foot, dressed as an Indian. The snow was deep and the rivers filled with ice. Washington and Mr. Gist, who was with him, left Van Braam and the others and struck through the forest for the junction of the Allegheny and the Monongahela, taking an Indian for a guide. But the Indian was in the pay of the French and led them a roundabout tramp through the woods. The Indian was in advance. Suddenly he turned, raised his gun, and fired at Washington. He was not 3 rods away, but, strange to say, missed him. The Indian sprang behind a tree and began to load his gun. Washington and Gist seized him. "Now put an end to this rascal," said Gist. "Oh, no," said Washington. "We will set him adrift." They gave him a piece of meat, but kept his gun. They traveled all night, going by the compass, and reached the Allegheny. The river was filled with floating ice. They had only 1 hatchet, but set themselves to work, taking turns in building a raft, which took them all day. They got on board with poles to push it across the stream. When halfway, a cake of ice struck Washington with such force that it knocked him from the raft, but he got on board once more. The ice was so thick that they could not push the raft to either shore, and landed upon an island. Night came on. They were drenched to the skin. Their clothes were coats of frozen mail. They nearly lost their lives from freezing. But when morning came, the river was frozen from shore to shore, and they gained the land, pushing on all day, reached the cabin of a settler, and were saved from perishing. Jacob van Braam and the others of the party came, and with fresh horses they made their way over the mountains, reaching Williamsburg, January 16th, 1754. What was the reply of the French? That the letter of the governor of Virginia would be sent to the governor of Canada, the Marquis Duquesne. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Defeat of General Braddock. "We must secure the Ohio country in advance of the French," was the declaration of the governor of Virginia. The assembly voted £10,000. A regiment was raised. Joshua Fry was appointed colonel and George Washington lieutenant colonel. 2 of the companies were sent to build a fort on the spot which Washington had selected. They made their way through the woods, down the Monongahela, and began to build the fort, but were suddenly interrupted by the appearance of 60 large flatboats and 300 canoes, bringing 1,000 French and Indians and 18 cannon. Captain Contrecoeur was commander. "Surrender, or I shall fire upon you," he said. There were only 41 Virginians in the party, and Ensign Ward, who commanded them, was obliged to surrender, but was permitted to leave with his men. The French went to work with axes and spades and erected a strong fort, mounted their cannon upon it, and named it Duquesne in honor of the governor of Canada. Ensign Ward reached Cumberland and told Washington of what had taken place. Though the French had occupied the country in advance of Washington, he was not the man to turn back, but marched to Great Meadows, 37 miles from Pittsburgh. "The French are coming out to surprise you," was the word brought by an Indian. Why not surprise them? He started at midnight and fell upon them. Their leader, Jumonville, was killed, and half the party captured. He returned quickly to Great Meadows, threw up a little fort which he named Fort Necessity, and sent a messenger for his reinforcements to hasten. But before they arrived, a large body of French and Indians were upon him, and he was obliged to surrender. War had not been declared between France and England, but it had begun. It was not a struggle merely to determine to whom the country west of the Allegheny belonged, not a question of boundaries, but a conflict between two civilizations, two races, two religions. The French were descended from people who spoke the Latin language. They were Catholics. Their rulers had always taught the government was paternal and would take care of them. The English had German and Norman blood in their veins. Their language was strong and vigorous. They did not regard the king as their father. They had protested against the claim of popes and priests to hold their consciences and intellects in their keeping. The government to them was not paternal. Men were individuals, and had a right to make their own laws, which the king himself was bound to obey. The French and the Jesuits were setting themselves to hold a vast territory capable of sustaining millions of the human race. They intended to make the range of mountains from the White Mountains in New Hampshire to central Alabama the boundary between the two civilizations, races, and religions. The English colonies had a population of 1,165,000 whites and 268,000 Negroes. The French population of Canada was only about 120,000. So there were 14 people in the English settlements where there was 1 in Canada. Why had not Canada grown faster? Because the French did not like to leave their vineyards and their sunny homes to live in a country where the snow covered the ground from November to May. The peasants of La Belle France preferred to live where they could gather with their neighbors in the pleasant wine shops of their native villages, and talk of what was going on, and have a dance upon the green in the calm summer evenings. Why should they leave such pleasures to live where the wolves and foxes were ever howling? The Jesuits had done what they could do to build up Canada. They had been very zealous for the Church of Rome and for the Order of Loyola. There was scarcely a heretic in all that vast reach of country. Bitter their hatred, but hate and prejudice always make men blind, not only to what is right, but to their own interests. It was an irreparable mistake which the Jesuits made when they induced Louis XIV to revoke the Edict of Nantes, and at the same time excluding the Huguenots from Canada. The Huguenots were attached to France, and when they were in exile, when they were being burnt to death, sent up fervent prayers for the king. They would have emigrated to Canada, but the Jesuits kept them out. Canada and the whole of America between the Alleghenies and the Pacific Ocean was theirs. They were ever intermeddling with the governor of Canada and quarreling with the fur traders. The governors of Canada were ever looking after their own interests. One, who died just before George Washington made his journey to the Ohio, was feathering his own nest while managing affairs. The King of France allowed him $1,300 salary, but he laid up 60,000 livres every year by plundering the people. The example of the governor was followed by everybody else. Father Latour, a Jesuit priest, was so greedy of making money that he had a contractor murdered who stood in the way of his supplying a fort with provisions. How could Canada grow when everybody in office was plundering the people? The Canadians lived by hunting and fishing. They loved the wild life of the woods. They planted but little. Why should they clear land and delve among the stumps with hoes when the woods and streams were full of game? Away back at the beginning of things, when Adam was in Eden, God told him to dress it and subdue the ground, and it should bring forth food. It is the subduing of the ground that is at the beginning of all progress. A people who live by hunting and fishing will always be poor and low down in civilization. It is digging the ground that produces wealth, and there is no end to the riches which men can accumulate if they begin in the right way. The English in America, with sturdy blows, had been letting the sunlight in upon the wilderness, clearing farms, plowing, sowing, reaping, the women spinning and weaving. Wheels were humming and shuttles were flying from morning till night. Working with the hands sets the brain to work. Every town had its school, its church, a schoolmaster and minister. Men were thinking for themselves, upon government, upon individual rights, upon obligations to themselves, their neighbor, and to God. Life, activity, energy along the Atlantic shore, on the Connecticut, Hudson, and Potomac, sluggishness and torpor in the St. Lawrence. The King of France and the Jesuits managed everything in Canada. The people had no voice in anything, while in the English colonies the people managed their own affairs. 2 frigates, the Nightingale and Seahorse, commanded by Admiral Keppel, with 16 merchant vessels, sailed up the Potomac to Alexandria, bringing 2 regiments of British troops commanded by Major General Edward Braddock, haughty, proud, austere, who looked down with contempt upon the people of America. There were stirring times in Alexandria. The king's troops landing, pitching their tents, appearing on parade. There was a gathering of governors, Shirley from Massachusetts, Delancey from New York, Morris from Pennsylvania, Sharp from Maryland, Dinwiddie from Virginia, with their secretaries. The rich planters came to pay their respects to the commander of the king's troops and the governors. There were grand dinner parties and much ceremony. General Braddock took Colonel Carlisle's house, the best in Alexandria, for his headquarters. It had been built 2 years before, in 1753, of stone brought from the Isle of Wight, in vessels that sailed to Virginia after tobacco. Men whose names were written large in the history of our country came to see General Braddock. Benjamin Franklin, who was the king's deputy postmaster, came to make arrangements for sending letters. He knew more about public affairs than General Braddock and all the governors together. Horatio Gates came from New York to tender 2 companies to General Braddock. Richard Henry Lee, captain of a company of Virginia troops, was there to offer his services. Hugh Mercer came with a company of volunteers from Fredericksburg. Daniel Morgan, a teamster from Occoquan, between Alexandria and Mount Vernon, was there to drive a wagon. He was accepted as a teamster, and for doing something which displeased Braddock was whipped. General Braddock and all the English officers had a good opinion of themselves, but thought very little of the provincials, as they called everybody who lived in America. No provincial general or colonel commissioned by the governor could hold any rank while serving with the officers commissioned by the king. Colonel George Washington was high-spirited enough to resent such an insult and resigned his commission. General Braddock found that he needed the man who knew all about the Ohio country and appointed him on his staff, and the governor of Virginia appointed him commander of the Virginia troops which were to accompany Braddock. Who should pay for the support of the troops, the king or the colonies? The question had been discussed among the king's ministers in Parliament, and now, on the 14th of April, 1755, the governors, with General Braddock and Admiral Keppel, met in a secret congress to discuss and settle the question. The king and his ministers in Parliament were taxing the people of the provinces in various ways. The governors were all getting rich by plundering them, and the legislatures, ever watchful of their rights, were refusing to vote supplies, when they could have nothing to say as to how the money was to be expended. The governors all sided with the king and the ministers. It was natural, for they were all appointed by the king. They resolved that the king's ministers ought to find some method of compelling the people of America to supply the troops under General Braddock. There was a little cloud on the horizon, which became a thunder gust in after years. The people of Alexandria had swung their hats when Braddock came, but they were heartily glad when his troops were on their way up the Potomac, for there was bad blood between his soldiers, whose uniforms were bright and new, red coats with buff facings, and the Virginia soldiers whose uniforms were homemade and so short-tailed that the regulars called them bobtails. With rum in abundance, with contempt on the part of the regulars and a resenting of insult on the part of the Virginians, there were many brawls and fights. Braddock's whole force was 2,100 men, including the 8 companies of Virginians under Washington. The English general had fought on European battlefields. He had marched on smooth roads, but knew nothing of the difficulties of getting through an American wilderness. He scorned advice. He was so punctilious and fussy that the army only made 5 miles a day, and if it had not been for Benjamin Franklin, would not have gotten on at all for want of wagons and horses, but he obtained them from the Pennsylvania farmers. The army reached Cumberland the first week in June. General Braddock accepted Washington's advice to leave the heavy baggage and move on with 1,200 men more rapidly. It was a bright July morning. The army was approaching Fort Duquesne. 10 miles more and it would be there. Proudly the soldiers moved along the valley of the Monongahela, wearing their bright red uniforms, their gun barrels and bayonets glaring in the sunlight, drums beating, trumpets sounding, and their banners waving. Lieutenant Colonel Gage, with 300 men, led the advance. He forded the river, crossed the plain, and ascended a hill. Mr. Gordon was in advance of all, with a company marking out the road. General Braddock had no expectation of being attacked. He was to attack the French. Mr. Gordon beheld a man wearing a gray hunting frock waving his hat. A silver gorget gleamed upon his breast. It was a French officer, Beaujean, who had come out from Fort Duquesne with 230 Frenchmen and 630 Indians to give General Braddock a little taste of fighting in the wilderness of America. From every tree there came a flash, and the head of Gage's column melted away. But the English fired a volley, and Beaujean and 13 of his men went down. Gage's artillerymen wheeled 2 cannon into position and opened fire. The roar of the cannon echoed along the river, frightening the Indians, who started to run, but the French held their ground. The Indians came back, yelling the war whoop. "Vive le roi!" shouted the French. "Hurrah for King George!" cried the English. Lieutenant Colonel Burton came up with a reinforcement, but his troops were panic-stricken. General Braddock tried to rally his men. They loaded and fired at random. They saw flashes, puffs of smoke, but few of the enemy. There was firing in front, on both flanks, and in the rear, where the Indians were shooting the horses of the baggage train. The drivers fled. Men and officers were dropping all the time. Braddock was trying to form his men in platoons and battalions, after the method laid down in all military books, while the Virginians, accustomed to the wilderness, sprung behind rocks and trees or fell flat on the ground and watched their opportunity to put a bullet through the head of a Frenchman or Indian. Braddock cursed them for not standing up in platoons and struck them with his sword. How preposterous! Who ever heard of a battle being fought in that way from behind trees? Captain Wagoner placed his company of Virginians behind a fallen tree which served them for a breastwork, and poured a telling volley upon the French, but the next minute 50 of them were killed by the panic-stricken British, who had so lost their wits that they took them to be Frenchmen. The French and Indians aimed to pick off all the English officers. Sir Peter Halket, Braddock's second in command, fell dead. Shirley, Braddock's secretary, went down with a bullet through his breast. Colonels Burton, Gage, and Orme, Major Spark, Major Halket, Captain Morris, all were wounded. Washington's horse was killed. He mounted a second. That, too, was shot. A bullet went through his coat. Another, a third, a fourth, but his time had not come to die. God had a great work for him to do for the human race, and this was the beginning. All through the afternoon, from 2 o'clock to 5, the hurly-burly went on. The English huddled in groups or scattered along the narrow road, firing away their ammunition, seeing only now and then a Frenchman or Indian. The Virginians alone were cool, watching their opportunity and sending their bullets through the skulls of the savages as they peeped from behind the trees. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. General Braddock had had 5 horses shot under him. He was issuing an order when a bullet struck him, and he fell to the ground. His troops threw aside their guns and knapsacks and fled like a herd of frightened sheep. Washington tried to stop them. He begged, threatened, but in vain. "Don't leave your general to be scalped," shouted Colonel Orme. "I'll give you 60 guineas to carry him off." What was Braddock or money to them? To escape was their only thought. Captain Stewart and another Virginian officer took the wounded general in their arms and bore him from the field. All through the night, all the next day, the English fled, the Virginians, under Washington, protecting the rear and carrying the wounded general. The French and Indians made no attempt at pursuit. They had won a great victory and were dividing the spoil, drinking the rum, eating the bacon, and counting their scalps in savage glee. It was Sunday evening. The remnant of the defeated army was at Great Meadows. Braddock had issued his orders up to this time, but no other words had passed his lips. The death pallor was settling over his face. Who would have thought it? "We shall know better how to deal with them next time," he said. They were his last words. A few minutes, and the heart ceased its beating. Incapacity, haughtiness, pride, contempt of advice had resulted in defeat and disaster. Governor Shirley of Massachusetts was at Oswego in New York, intending to capture Niagara. But the news of the defeat of Braddock so disheartened his men and upset all his plans that he did not make the attempt. Another expedition under General Johnson started from Albany to capture Crown Point. The troops were mostly from New England. The news of the disaster to Braddock, instead of dispiriting them, only made them more resolute. One of the regiments was from New Hampshire, commanded by Colonel Blanchard. One of the companies of the regiment was called the Rangers. The soldiers had rifles and wore green frocks. They were commanded by Robert Rogers. John Stark was lieutenant. They built a fort on the Hudson, which they named Fort Edward. General Johnson opened a road from the Hudson to Lake St. Sacrament. Johnson hated the name given by the Jesuits and changed it to Lake George for the King of England. No French or Jesuit names for him. 200 ship carpenters went to work building boats, in which he intended to go down the lake, making his way to Ticonderoga, where he would build a fort which would command both lakes and be a barrier in the path of the French. He had 3,400 men. Hendrick, the Mohawk chief, joined him with 200 warriors. General Johnson's son, Thayendanegea, or Joseph Brant, or Bundle of Sticks, whose mother was one of Johnson's Indian wives, accompanied his father, although he was only 13 years old. Scouts brought word that the French were already building a fort at Ticonderoga. Baron Dieskau, the commander, was quick to act. "Boldness wins," was Dieskau's motto. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. He conceived a bold plan, that of marching past Johnson, capturing Fort Edward, and falling upon Albany. He had 900 French and 600 Indians. Such a move would cut off Johnson and carry consternation to the English everywhere. The Indians did not like to attack forts. They were afraid of cannon and urged Dieskau to attack Johnson, who was encamped on the shore of the lake. "The French are going to attack Fort Edward," was the word brought by scouts. General Johnson called a council of war, proposing to send 1,000 troops under Colonel Williams to meet Dieskau. "What do you think?" he asked of the chief of the Mohawks. "If they are to fight, they are too few. If to be killed, too many," said Hendrick. Notwithstanding the advice, General Johnson ordered Colonel Williams to march. He was a brave officer. He had made his will when he was at Albany, bequeathing his property for the founding of a school, the beginning of Williams College. 4 miles out from Johnson's camp there was a swamp on one side of the road and a low ridge on the other. The trees were tall and the underbrush very thick. What a place for an ambush! Dieskau posted his men where they could sweep the road with their fire. The Indians threw themselves on their faces or crouched behind the trees. Into the trap marched the Mohawks, Hendrick in advance. Nearly a century and a half had passed since that battle on the shore of the lake, a few miles further north, between the Iroquois and Algonquins, in which Samuel Champlain took part, and the enmity between the Indians was still the same. Colonel Williams, Lieutenant Whiting, and Lieutenant Israel Putnam, with the Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Connecticut troops, were just behind. A gun flashed, and the old Mohawk chief, ever friend of the English, fell dead. The swamp and low ridge were aflame. The Mohawks fled. Colonel Williams was shot. Though the backwoodsmen of New England were confronted by troops who had fought on the battlefields of France, they fought bravely, retreating in good order to the lake. Boldness wins. Baron Dieskau had won one victory, and would quickly make an end of the English. Johnson's troops were hard at work. They were all wood choppers, and the trees were falling beneath their blows for a breastwork. The artillerymen were dragging the cannon up from the ships and putting them in position. It was 11:30 when the English saw beneath the boughs of the trees the white uniforms of the French, who came on in platoons, firing volley after volley. The Canadian Indians poured in a rattling fire from behind the trees, but were terribly frightened when Johnson's cannon began to thunder and fled to a safe distance. "Cowards!" cried Dieskau, but that did not make them brave. The Mohawks had also skulked to the rear, but they took heart and returned. Johnson was slightly wounded at the beginning of the battle and went up to his tent, leaving General Lyman of Connecticut to command the troops. He was a brave, cool-headed man, and his men were as brave as he. "They fought like devils," said Dieskau. A bullet struck him, but he would not leave the field. Boldness wins. He would fight on. St. Pierre, his next officer, was killed. Another bullet strikes Dieskau, a third, but he will not leave the field. He sits upon a stump and coolly gives his orders. The September sun wheels down the west. For 5 hours the battle goes on. The strength of the French is failing. The men of New England, defeated in the morning, can restrain themselves no longer. They leap over the barricade, fall upon the French, and strike them down with the butts of their guns, putting them to rout. Seth Pomeroy of Connecticut comes upon Dieskau, who sits upon a stump unable to move. Pomeroy does not understand French, nor Dieskau English. The French general puts his hand in his pocket to pull out his watch to present to his captor. Pomeroy thinks he is drawing a pistol and fires, wounding the brave Frenchman once more, but he is kindly cared for by the surgeons and lives to reach England. The French and Indians flee. General Lyman begs Johnson to let him follow on and finish them, but Johnson will not permit him. He is afraid of a trap somewhere. But Captain McGinnis, with 200 men from New Hampshire, has heard the firing at Fort Edward and is hastening through the woods. He meets the fleeing French, and the battle begins again. McGinnis is killed, but his men avenge his death by putting the enemy once more to rout. The sun goes down. 3 battles have been fought between the trained troops of France and their Indian allies on one side, and the men of New England who have left their harvest fields to become soldiers. Nearly 400 of their number have fallen, but they have retrieved the disaster of the morning and are victors on the field. The French have lost nearly half their number. General Johnson has little to do with winning the victory, but he reaps all the honors. The king makes him a baronet and presents him with $25,000. General Lyman, the brave, cool-headed man who has directed affairs, gets nothing, and Johnson makes little mention of his services. George II and his ministers, the Dukes of Cumberland, Newcastle, Devonshire, and Bedford, opinionated, incompetent men who were mismanaging the affairs of England, rejoiced when they heard of the victory, but they were not far-sighted enough to see what would be its influence. how it would lead the people in America to draw contrasts, that by every fireside men would talk about the arrogance, haughtiness, and incompetency of British officers and soldiers. Defeated on the banks of the Monongahela, Braddock's army, saved by the coolness and bravery of the young Virginian colonel and his soldiers, how the veteran soldiers of France and the Indians of Canada had been beaten by the men of New England and New York, and not a British soldier or officer present to help or hinder. "We can manage our own affairs and fight our own battles," was the conclusion they arrived at. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. The Emperor of Austria's Will. Charles IV, Emperor of Austria, made his will, giving his empire to Maria Theresa, Queen of Hungary. But no sooner was the breath out of his body than a pack of hungry princes set themselves to get possession of portions of the territory, and in a short time all Europe was at war. It was a turmoil that reached eastward to the Ganges in India, and westward to the Hudson. Men were hacked to pieces by the sword on the plains of India, while the Indians of America buried their tomahawks in the skulls of men, women, and children on the banks of the Merrimack and Connecticut in consequence of that act. War was declared by France against Great Britain March 15, 1744. The King of France sent a vessel across the Atlantic with orders to General du Vivier at Louisburg, Cape Breton, to strike a blow upon the English. Du Vivier was quick to act. He sailed from Louisburg on the 15th of May with 1,000 men and captured the English fort at Canso and its garrison of 80 men. He sent the prisoners to Boston. Not till the vessel bringing the prisoners entered the harbor did anybody know that war had begun. Upon the breaking out of the war, all the Indians east of the Hudson, except the Stockbridge tribe of Massachusetts, hastened to Canada to join the French. On April 17, 1744, they struck their first blow at Gorham in Maine, killing Mr. Bryant and several others. Another party killed Josiah Bishop in Boscawen, New Hampshire, on the Merrimack. Another party swept down the Connecticut to Charlestown, New Hampshire, to Fort No. 4, captured 3 men, took them to Canada, and sold them as slaves. No huntsman could go for beaver or deer now with safety. Indians were sure to be following stealthily upon their trail to shoot them down and take their scalps. On the eastern shore of Cape Breton, looking toward Newfoundland, was the great and strong fortress of Louisburg, which for 30 years the French had been building. The walls were 30 feet high, built of stone. There were 6 bastions with platforms for 180 cannon. Outside the walls was a ditch 80 feet wide. On an island was a battery of 30 cannon, and there was still another fortification called the Royal Battery, with 30 more cannon. Beneath the guns of the fortress, the vessels of the French could find protection and shelter, or sail out to capture the fishermen of New England or to harass and ravage the New England coast. France had erected it to command the entrance to the Gulf of St. Lawrence and protect New France from hostile fleets. Benning Wentworth, governor of New Hampshire, lived at Little Harbor near Portsmouth, in a spacious mansion that contained more than 50 rooms. One of his neighbors, Colonel Vaughan, unfolded to him a grand project, the capture of Louisburg. "It can be done," said the colonel. Governor Wentworth was so interested in the plan that he sent him to Boston to confer with Governor Shirley, who saw what a grand idea it was and laid the matter before the general court. "I propose that we send 4,000 soldiers to capture Louisburg, and I ask you to keep the matter secret," he said to the members. The members were astonished. What chance would 4,000 men have against such a fortress, with French frigates in the harbor? Not any. It could not be done. "We cannot think of it," was the decision. The members alone held the great secret, but one of them unwittingly made it known while he was praying one morning with his family. "Let thy wisdom, Lord, guide us on the proposed great undertaking," was his prayer. What did he mean? What was the great undertaking? Perhaps his wife wormed the secret out of him. At any rate, a few days later it was known that the governor had proposed to send an army to capture Louisburg, and that the General Court had refused to entertain the project. Capture Louisburg! The people caught the great idea. "Let it be done," urged the men of Marblehead, Salem, and Boston, sending letters to urge on the project. "We will do it," said the members of the General Court, deciding the matter by a single vote in the majority. A single vote does great things sometimes. "I desire the assistance of your fleet," was Governor Shirley's message to Admiral Warren in the West Indies. "We shall send 500 men," responded the legislature of Connecticut. "We shall send 300," was the word from New Hampshire, and Rhode Island promised the same number. Who should command? In all New England there was not an officer who had seen fighting, except with the Indians. William Pepperell of Kittery had some excellent qualifications for a commander, for he was cool, self-reliant, and had made his mark as one able to win success. His father came, a poor boy, from England, to the Isles of Shoals, and made money catching fish. He settled at Kittery. William had built ships and sent them to Europe and the West Indies. He had sent to London for law books and was studying law. He was colonel of a regiment and kept a sharp eye on the Indians. In all that he had undertaken he had succeeded, and he was so much respected and people had such faith in him that Governor Shirley appointed him commander. "I am not capable of taking command," said Pepperell. "As thy day is, so shall thy strength be," answered George Whitefield, the great preacher, urging him on. "Nil desperandum Christo duce," was the motto Whitefield gave, to be placed upon his flag. In less than 2 months all was ready, so great was the enthusiasm of the people. On the 1st of April a fleet of nearly 100 vessels sailed out of Boston harbor and steered eastward. Admiral Warren came with 5 vessels carrying 60 guns each and 6 frigates. The great consternation at Louisburg on the 29th of April, 1745, when the French saw 120 vessels in the harbor and thousands of soldiers landing in boats on the beach. Near the Royal Battery was a long row of houses filled with barrels of pitch, tar, and oakum. Colonel Vaughan of New Hampshire, with 400 men, when night came on, crept up to the houses and set them on fire, which so frightened the Frenchmen holding the battery that they fled into the fortress, leaving all the cannon and ammunition. "By the grace of God and the courage of 13 men, I entered the Royal Battery about 9 o'clock, and am waiting for reinforcements and a flag," was the note which Colonel Vaughan wrote to General Pepperell. Now came the hard work. The lifting of heavy cannon into boats, landing them on the beach, dragging them on sledges through the shallows, wading up to their knees in half-frozen mud, working from dark till sunrise so that the French should not discover what was going on. Colonel Gorham attempted to take the battery on the island, but the wind was blowing a gale, some of the boats were swamped, and 170 men were lost. A French war vessel with 64 guns and ammunition came sailing into the harbor and fell into the hands of Admiral Warren. But day after day, night after night, the work of the siege went on. Sickness broke out. Many soldiers died, but no one faltered. Great was the joy of the New Englanders when they discovered some cannon which the French had buried. Colonel Gridley soon had them in position, and the cannonade began. The solid shot banging against the stone walls, grinding the granite to powder, splitting it and making great gaps, and dismounting the cannon. The French commander was brave, but seeing how it must end, hung out a white flag, and on June 17th the great fortress, with all its cannon and 1,900 soldiers, surrendered to the shipbuilder of Kittery, and the brave men who, with undaunted enthusiasm, had obeyed his orders. At daybreak on Tuesday, July 2nd, 1745, Captain Bennett reached Boston with the news. Never was there such rejoicing, bells ringing, cannon thundering at Castle William, at the north and south batteries, bonfires on the common, tents spread, casks of wine tapped. At night, candles in every window and rockets streaming up the sky. Before sunrise, the streets were as thick with people as on election day, and we had the finest illumination I ever beheld with my eyes," wrote Reverend Mr. Chauncey to Governor Pepperell. At Portsmouth, Salem, Newport, New York, and Philadelphia the rejoicings were as great, and when the news reached England the guns in the Park and Tower thundered, and there was a jubilee all over the land. During the war, which lasted for years, the English won no other victory like it. Who were the men that did it? They were not, said the Reverend Mr. Chauncey in the sermon which he preached. They were not the scum of the land, idle, worthless creatures, but men who feared God, who feared an oath, men of life and spirit. The governors of New York and Massachusetts met Iroquois Indians in council, gave them presents, and sent them and the Stockbridge Indians against the Canadians. Parties of Mohawks captured prisoners under the walls of Crown Point and on the banks of the St. Lawrence. So the bloody trail lengthened and widened year after year. General Rigaud Vaudreuil, with 800 French and Indians, appeared before Fort Massachusetts, in which there were only 22 men, 3 women, and 5 children. Half of the men were sick. They had only 4 pounds of powder. The garrison saw that they could make but a feeble resistance against such odds, and were obliged to surrender. But not so successful were the French and Indians at number 4, which the Indians tried many times to capture but never succeeded. Captain Phineas Stevens, who commanded it, was ever on the watch. He had a number of dogs which always let him know when the Indians were near. The settlers were on the lookout. On Sunday the men went to meeting with their guns, guarding their wives and children. On June 19, 1746, Captain Stevens went out with 50 men to work in the field. He sent his dogs into the woods, which soon came back with their hair on end and growling. "There are Indians about, and they will ambush us at the causeway yonder," said Captain Stevens. He sent a soldier ahead to reconnoiter, who discovered an Indian and fired upon him. Instantly the woods were full of Indians. The fight began. Stevens' men leapt behind the trees. They killed 12 savages and drove the others into a swamp, compelling them to flee. They left blankets, swords, and hatchets in their haste to get away. None of the English were killed, and only 7 wounded. The next year, several hundred French and Indians under Deblin attempted once more to take number 4. They besieged it several days, watching the woods for English to show themselves, but the latter kept under cover. "Burn the fort," was the order of the French commander, an order more easily given than executed. The Indians tried to carry it out by smearing arrows with pitch and shooting a flaming torch against the walls. But the women brought buckets of water, and the soldiers put out the fire as soon as it was kindled. The Indians piled a cart with faggots, run out long poles in front, with pitch knots at the end, all aflame. But Captain Stevens, anticipating such a mode of attack, had dug a trench around the fort with passages leading to it, and the soldiers, creeping through with buckets of water, extinguished the faggots. "You shall have good quarters and safe conduct to Montreal, if you will surrender," was the message sent in by Deblin by a flag. "I don't want any safe conduct to Montreal. I shall hold the fort," was the reply. Deblin, having no cannon, and finding that he could not frighten the sturdy defender, went back to Canada, much chagrined at his own failure. The brave defense caused great rejoicing, and Sir Charles Knowles, commander of the British fleet in Boston Harbor, made Captain Stevens a present of a silver-hilted sword in appreciation of what he had done. What brave boys and girls there were in those days! Jacob Ames lived in Groton, Massachusetts. He went out one morning to catch his horse and saw an Indian. He ran back to his house, and the Indian after him. His hand was upon the latch, the door partly open, when the Indian shot him. He fell across the threshold. Mr. Ames's son seized his gun and fired at the Indian, slightly wounding him. The The Indian was halfway in the house when the boy slammed the door against him, giving the savage a tight squeezing. His sister sprung to help him. "Give me father's gun!" shouted the boy. His sister handed it to him, and he brought the breech down upon the Indian's foot with a whack that made him yell with pain and back out of the door. Beautiful the green meadows, the surrounding hills, and the distant mountains forming the landscape of Walpole, New Hampshire, which Colonel Benjamin Bellows and John Kilburn gazed upon on the banks of the Connecticut River in 1749. They had built their log houses with loopholes in the walls, through which they could fire upon the Indians in case they were attacked. Though peace had been agreed upon between France and England, the people who lived along the frontier felt no security, for the French in Canada were continually urging the Indians to commit depredations on the English. It was a short and easy journey from Crown Point on Lake Champlain to the valley of the Connecticut, and the Indians who sold their furs to the French were frequent visitors to the settlements along the Connecticut. One of the Indians who visited John Kilburn was called Captain Philip. He had been baptized and Christianed by the Jesuit priest at the Indian village of St. Francis on the bank of the St. Lawrence, halfway from Montreal to Quebec. The St. Francis tribe were called Christian Indians. There were rumors that war could break out again between England and France, and before war was declared, hostilities began. In the spring of 1755, Captain Philip made a visit to John Kilburn's house with some beaver skins for sale. He wanted powder, bullets, and flint for pay. August came. The settlers heard that war had begun and knew that the French and Indians might be upon them at any moment. They strengthened their blockhouses. No one went into the field to work alone. They always carried their guns with them. They had some faithful watchdogs which always growled when Indians were about. There were nearly 40 men in the settlement. They appointed Colonel Bellows their leader. He had a suspicion that they might be attacked. "We must have a supply of meals so that in case we are attacked we shall have something to eat," he said. The settlers filled each a bag with corn, shouldered it, and then, single file, each man carrying his gun, they marched to the grist mill which they had erected, ground the corn into meal, shouldered the sacks once more, and started homeward, their faithful watchdogs trotting in advance, paying no attention to squirrels or partridges or game of that sort. Suddenly the dogs came back growling, the hair on their backs in a ruff. "There are Indians about. Throw down your sacks," said Colonel Bellows. The men threw their sacks on the ground, dropped into the ferns, and looked into the priming of their guns. The ferns were tall and completely concealed them. Colonel Bellows suspected that the Indians had laid an ambuscade in the path which they must pass. He crept slowly forward to see what he could discover, careful not to break a twig or make any noise. He reached the top of the hill, peeped through the ferns, and discovered a great number of Indians, nearly 200, crowding behind trees or lying on the ground, waiting for the white man to enter the trail. He made his way back to his men, issued his orders in a whisper, and all crowded through the ferns toward the Indians until they were only a few rods from them. All were ready. Every man sprung to his feet and yelled as loud as he could, "Hi-ya! Hi-ya!" It was a terrible howl. The next moment, not a settler is to be seen. All had dropped upon the ground and were concealed by the ferns. In an instant, every Indian was on his feet, just as Colonel Bellows expected, not knowing what to make of it, firing their guns but hitting nobody. There was an answering flash from the ferns, each settler taking aim, and the Indians leapt into the air or fell headlong before the bullets. The red men outnumbered the settlers 5-1, but were so astounded by the surprise that, picking up the wounded, they made a hasty retreat into a swamp, and the settlers ran to their blockhouses, anticipating an attack. Not one of them had been injured. Captain Philip, with another party of Indians, was creeping stealthily through the woods toward John Kilburn's house. Mr. Kilburn and his son John, Mr. Pike and his son, were out in the field reaping wheat, their guns close at hand. Mr. Kilburn had trained his dog to scour the woods, and the faithful animal ever had his eyes and ears open and was sniffing the wind if a wolf or bear was about. On this afternoon in August, the dog came running with his hair in a ruff, growling. "Indians," said Mr. Kilburn. The men and boys seized their guns, ran for the house, and had just time to get inside and bar the door when Captain Philip and nearly 200 Indians made their appearance. The Indians stand at a safe distance, and so did Captain Philip, though he came out near enough to talk. "Come out, old John! Come out, young John! I give you good quarter," he shouted. There were only 2 men, the 2 boys, Mrs. Kilburn and her daughter in the house, and 300 Indians attacking them. But John Kilburn was not in the least frightened. Neither was Mrs. Kilburn, nor her son nor daughter. They had several guns extra. Mrs. Kilburn and her daughter knew how to load them, and would rather die than be taken prisoners. The Indians had no cannon, and their bullets could not go through the stout timbers. Only by burning the house would they be able to get in. "Get you gone, you rascals, or I'll quarter you," was the defiant answer which John Kilburn shouted through one of the loopholes to Captain Philip, and went back to the dark crowd of savages who set up the war whoop. "They yell like so many devils," said John Kilburn, but he was not in the least disturbed by the howling. Then the bullets began to come through the shingles on the roof and strike against the timbers. The Indians surrounded the house, but there were loopholes on each side. Mr. Kilburn and Mr. Pike took 2 of the sides, and the 2 boys the others. Bang, bang went the guns of Mr. Kilburn and Mr. Pike. Bang, bang went the boys' guns. They could fire at a rest and take deliberate aim. The Indians could not see the muzzles of the guns, and the moment one of the red men peeped from behind a tree, his skull was in danger. One by one they fell, which enraged them all the more, and they crept nearer, firing rapidly, riddling the shingles, hoping quite likely that a bullet might glance down from the roof and hit those inside. "The roof looks like a sieve," said John Kilburn as he saw the holes. Mrs. Kilburn and her daughter were loading the extra guns the while, and handing them to the men and boys, who kept up such a rapid fire that the Indians came to the conclusion that there were large numbers of men in the house. "We shall soon be out of bullets," said Mrs. Kilburn. A thought came. Why not catch the bullets that were coming through the roof? The balls had nearly spent their force when they came through, and they hung up in a blanket with thick folds, which stopped them entirely. And the girl, gathering them as they fell harmlessly upon the floor, put them into a ladle, melted them, and run new bullets, which soon were whizzing through the air and doing damage to the enemy. All through the afternoon the fight goes on, the Indians aiming at the loopholes. One comes in and inflicts a ghastly wound in Mr. Pike's thigh, but the Indians do not know it, and the brave defense is kept up until the Indians, foiled by their efforts, set Mr. Kilburn's wheat on fire, kill his cattle, bury their dead, and slink away, not having taken a scalp or a prisoner. They have only wounded 1 man. When everything goes well with the Indian, he can be very brave, but when the tide is against him, he quickly loses courage and becomes disheartened. And so Captain Philip made his way back to Canada, very much crestfallen at the repulse received at the hands of 2 men, a woman, 2 boys, and a brave-hearted girl. Peace was patched up in Europe between France and England in 1748, England giving back to France the strong fortress of Louisbourg, and restoring everything just as it was before the war. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Incompetent and Cowardly Generals. The incompetent Duke of Cumberland, and the other weak and feeble dukes, earls, lords, and marquises composing the king's ministry, were not only mismanaging affairs in England, but sent over men as incompetent as themselves to mismanage affairs in America. They sent the Earl of Loudoun to be commander-in-chief, and Major General Abercrombie to command the troops in the field. Loudoun had a long string of titles to his name, and took pleasure, when writing a letter, in spreading them all out as a peacock spreads his tail for his own admiration. Colonel Bradstreet had been sent to Oswego with a large amount of supplies, provisions sufficient to last 5,000 men 6 months, besides cannon and other military stores. "A French army is getting ready to take Oswego," was the information he gave upon his return. A remarkable man had arrived in Canada, the Marquis de Montcalm, 44 years old, who had been in the army since he was 14, and had seen a great deal of fighting in Germany and Italy, in the war brought about by the determination of the Emperor of Austria to make Maria Theresa his heir. He was quick to think, resolute to act, and cool-headed. The King of France had chosen one of the best men in all France to carry on the struggle in America. No sooner had he landed in Quebec than he made all haste to Ticonderoga to see for himself the situation of affairs on the frontier. While Loudoun and Abercrombie were idling away the bright days of midsummer at Albany, Montcalm was paddling in a canoe along the shores of Lake Champlain and tramping through the woods to Ticonderoga, laying his plans. The English generals were asleep, he wide awake. He would strike a blow when they least expected it. He returned to Montreal, started 3 regiments of French soldiers and a large body of Canadians and Indians up the St. Lawrence in boats and by land to Fort Frontenac at Kingston, and paddled along the shores of Lake Ontario to Oswego. There were 2 forts at Oswego, one on each side of the river. Montcalm landed his cannon, mounted them at night, and opened fire, compelling the rebels to retreat from Fort Oswego on the east bank to Fort Ontario on the west bank. He took possession of the captured fort and turned its guns upon Ontario. A cannonball killed Colonel Mercer, the English commander, and the garrison of 1,600 men, after losing 45, surrendered. What a prize! All the provisions, 120 cannon, 300 boats, 6 vessels on the lake, 3 chests filled with money. A week later, Montcalm was back in Montreal with his army and prisoners, attending the Te Deum chanted by the Jesuit fathers in the churches, who erected a pillar surmounted with the banner of France with this inscription: "This is the banner of victory. Bring lilies with full hands." Lord Loudoun had sent General Webb with several thousand men up the Mohawk to Oswego, but he moved so slow that before he reached Oneida, Montcalm was the master of the situation, and Webb, fearing that the French would be upon him, blocked the road with trees and turned back to Albany. "What cowards the English are," said the Oneida, Seneca, and Onondaga Indians. "They are like children." Montcalm's victory dazzled them, and a large number hastened to Montreal to receive presents, promising to take no part in the struggle. "The French are flushed with victory. They will be upon us. Cut down trees, block the roads," was the order of the pusillanimous Loudoun, who expected that Montcalm would soon be showing himself at Albany, and who did nothing except write letters to England complaining of the provincials. The troops of New England were dying of disease and inaction. They were ready to march against the enemy, but Loudoun made no movement, except to go to New York with some of the troops, sending a portion to Philadelphia to be quartered upon the people. Robert Rogers of New Hampshire, who had been fighting the French, persuaded Lord Loudoun to permit him to enlist a battalion of men to be called Rangers, who were to be under his command. He would scout the woods with them and discover what the French and Indians were doing. The men were brave hunters. It was a service of hardship and privation. They would have to make long marches and sleep on the ground, to endure great fatigues, brave the cold of winter, wrapping themselves in their blankets at night and lying down with the snow for their bed. They must be ever on the lookout for Indians. There would be times when they would kindle no fire to keep themselves from freezing. There would also be times when they would have little to eat. They would ever be in danger of losing their scalps. Although the hardships would be so great, Robert Rogers had no difficulty in obtaining all the men he wanted. The settlers had suffered so much from their enemy that they were eager to take their revenge. There was a fascination in the service. How stirring the thought of stealing through the woods, making roundabout marches, shooting a deer or bear, eating the nice steaks. lying down to sleep beneath the trees, up again in the morning, coming upon the French and Indians unawares, pouring in a volley, killing the savages or taking them prisoners, and returning in triumph. The pulse of the young hunters beat more quickly at the thought. Major Rogers chose the men for captain who had knocked the Indians right and left when he was called upon to run the gauntlet, John Stark, who could follow a trail as well as any Indian, who was always cool and collected, and as brave as a lion. They wore green frocks, and beside their rifles each man had a long knife which he could use in a close fight. Winter came. Vaudreuil, who commanded the French at Ticonderoga, knowing that there was a regiment of Irish soldiers and the Rangers at Fort William Henry, planned its capture. With 1,100 French and 400 Indians, he made his way stealthily through the woods. It would have been easier traveling on the lake, but he intended to surprise the English and would not expose himself to view upon the lake. St. Patrick's Day came. "The Irish will all be drunk tonight, and we will march into the fort," said Vaudreuil. The Irish were keeping St. Patrick's Day in fine style, drinking rum. Major Rogers was away, and Captain Stark was in command of the Rangers. He was cool-headed. He liked rum as well as his soldiers, but it would not do for everybody to be drunk at once. "Who knows but what the French will attempt to surprise the fort tonight?" was the question he put to himself, and resolved that the Rangers should be sober. "Will you not give us an extra allowance of grog?" the Rangers asked. He did not like to deny them. They were old acquaintances and friends at home. He would try and not offend them. He had sprained his wrist, and would use it as an excuse. "I cannot hold a pen to write the order on the commissary," he said. It was past midnight. The regular soldiers, wearied with their revelry, were sleeping off their drunken stupor. The sentinels of the Rangers were pacing their rounds upon the walls. Looking northward toward Crown Point, they saw a dark mass of men moving down the lake. In a moment Stark and the Rangers were at their posts. Their rifles flashed. Vaudreuil is chagrined. So then, the English are not all drunk. Before he can get ready to attack with all his force, the drunken soldiers have been shaken by their commander and are upon the walls ready to pour a stream of fire upon him. He sets the outbuildings on fire and returns to Ticonderoga, foiled through the watchfulness of Stark. The ice on Lake George was thick and strong in March 1757, when the Rangers, 74 in number, with iron spurs on their feet, several days' rations in their bags, their blankets rolled upon their shoulders, marching in single file with trailed arms, Major Rogers at the head and John Stark in the rear, started from Fort William Henry to see what the French were doing at Ticonderoga and Crown Point. They carried snowshoes for use in the woods. They made their way over the gleaming ice for 2 days, but on the 3rd day they left the lake, put on their snowshoes, entered the woods, marched past Ticonderoga, came out upon the western shore of Lake Champlain, and discovered a party of French with horses and sleds on their way from Ticonderoga to Crown Point. Stark, with a part of the Rangers, made a dash and captured 7 prisoners. He did not see another party of French around the point of land in season to capture them. They escaped to Ticonderoga and gave the alarm. Major Rogers knew that a large party of the French and Indians would be sent out from Ticonderoga to intercept him, and at once started to return. It was a rainy day. The snow was damp and heavy. "We will go to our last night's camp and dry our guns," said he. They reached the camping place where the fires were still burning, dried their guns, put in new priming, and started once more. Rogers in front, Stark bringing up the rear. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. Rogers descended a hill, crossed a brook, and was picking his way up another hill when he found himself face to face with more than 200 Indians and French, the nearest not 20 feet distant. A volley! Lieutenant Kennedy and John Gardner fell dead. A bullet glances from Rogers' skull, for a moment taking away his senses. The blood flows down his face, blinding him. Several other Rangers are wounded. "Form here!" Captain Stark issues the order, and the Rangers under his command take position on a little hill. The Rangers down in the valley fire a volley at the French, holding their ground till all the wounded can make their way back to Stark's position. Rogers wipes the blood from his face and issues his orders. "You're to command the center," he says to Stark. He sends Sergeants Walker and Phillips with 8 men to the rear to give notice of any attempt of the enemy to crawl around and attack them from that direction. "Don't throw away your ammunition. Keep cool. Don't expose yourselves," are the orders, and each ranger takes position behind a tree. They know that the enemy outnumbers them 3 to 1, that they have had the advantage of the first fire, but each ranger prepares to fight to the bitter end. Round through the woods steal a part of the French and Indians, making a wide circuit. Major Rogers reasoned correctly and placed the 2 sergeants in the right place. The 8 rangers pick off the French one by one, giving them such a warm reception that instead of rushing on, they remain at a distance. The other French, with a horde of Indians howling the war whoop, begin the attack in front, the Indians springing from tree to tree, getting nearer and nearer. But the Rangers are on the watch, and many of the savages leap into the air and fall dead or crawl away, leaving bloody trails upon the snow. "If you will surrender, we will give you good quarter," shouted the French commander. Major Rogers was faint from loss of blood, and at that moment was faint-hearted. He feared that the Rangers would all be picked off before the fight would cease. It would be 3 hours to sunset. Could they hold out till then? He had no thought of surrendering, but would it not be best to retreat? John Stark's blood is up. "Retreat? No! That will be certain destruction. We can beat them here. I'll shoot the first man that attempts to retreat." It was bold language for him to use to his commander, but he knew that Rogers had been stunned by the bullet that had glanced from his skull and was not quite himself. The fight goes on, the Rangers taking sure aim, the French firing more wildly. But still, one by one, the Rangers drop. Captain Spikeman and Mr. Baker are killed. A bullet strikes the lock of Stark's gun and renders it useless. He sees a Frenchman fall at the instant, springs forward, seizes his gun, returns to his tree, and renews the fight. A bullet tears through Rogers' wrist, and the blood spurts out in a stream. It must be stopped, or he will bleed to death. Rogers wears his back hair braided in a queue. "Take your knife and cut off my queue," he says to one of the Rangers, who whips out a hunting knife, cuts off the queue, and Rogers sticks it into the wound to stop the flow of blood. All through the dreary afternoon the fight goes on. The snow is crimsoned with blood. The killed and mortally wounded lie where they fell. For the Rangers there is no escape. They must conquer or die. The shades of night steal on. The fire of the French and Indians has been growing less. The war whoop dies away. The last gun is fired. The enemy, picking up their wounded, retire to Ticonderoga, leaving the Rangers victors. What a dear-bought victory! 1/2 of them killed or wounded. Of the enemy, 116 have fallen. The Rangers are only 4 miles from Ticonderoga and might expect to be attacked again in the morning. They were 40 miles from Fort William Henry. They were weary and worn, but they must move on. They made litters for the wounded and started, marching all night, but making only a few miles. The rain had ceased. The air was chill. They must have help. John Stark, leaving them, started for Fort William Henry, reaching it at sunset. Soldiers with horses and sleds went at once, and John Stark with them, stopping not a moment to rest his weary limbs. At sunrise he was back to the Rangers with reinforcements and supplies. The French had not followed them, and they made their way safely back to Fort William Henry, having fought one of the most obstinate, unequal, yet victorious battles recorded in history. The ever-active and brave Montcalm came from Montreal when spring opened to take direction of affairs at Ticonderoga, determined to capture Fort William Henry. Everything was in his favor. He had 6,000 Frenchmen and Canadians and a great following of Indians. He had sent so many presents to the Iroquois, and had been so brave and successful that many of the warriors had paid him a visit at the little fort of St. John's on the Richelieu. and joined the war dances with the Algonquins, forgetting for the moment their old feud and promising to take no part in the war. The English General Webb was weak, incompetent, and a coward. He had 5,000 men at Fort Edward and 1,000 at Fort William Henry, most of them from New England, brave men ready to meet the enemy. Webb, Abercrombie, and Lord Loudon all looked down upon them, but there were hundreds of men in ranks who could have managed affairs better than either of these three incapables sent over by the ministers of George II. What a sight was that which Montcalm beheld on the last day of July, 1757, at Ticonderoga! The arrival of one of his officers, Marin, and a party of Indians, with the bleeding scalps of 42 Englishmen, whom they had killed near Fort Edward. Montcalm was just starting to capture Fort William Henry. Monsieur de Levis had gone with 2,500, and Montcalm followed the next day in 250 boats. The rowers sung the songs of France, keeping time to the music with the dipping of the paddles as they moved past Paradise Bay and the old headlands and wooded islands. On that same day, General Webb, escorted by 200 men under Major Israel Putnam of Connecticut, was riding from Fort Edward to Fort William Henry. "Go down to the lake and make a reconnaissance," was the order of Webb to Putnam, who went halfway down the beautiful sheet of water, discovering the fleet of Montcalm and returning with that intelligence. "Montcalm with his whole army is coming," said Putnam. He urged General Webb to order the whole force of English at Fort Edward to hasten to the defense of Fort William Henry. "No, they will get in our rear, take Fort Edward, and move on Albany. Keep your information secret," said Webb as he leapt upon his horse and rode as fast as he could through the woods to Fort Edward. Upon arriving there, he sent Colonel Monroe, a brave provincial officer, with 1,000 men, to reinforce the garrison at Fort William Henry, remaining himself at Fort Edward, trembling and nervous, fearing that the French would be attacking him. Montcalm sailed down the lake. The sentinels on the walls of the fort beheld the great fleet of boats filled with soldiers, wearing the bright uniforms of France, their banners waving above them. Montcalm kept on till he was almost within cannon shot of the fort, and ran the boats upon the pebbled beach of the western shore. The troops landed, pitched their tents, dragged the cannon from the bateau, threw up a bank of earth, and placed the cannon in position. The Indians and the soldiers under Monsieur de Levis made a circuit through the woods and took position south of the fort. Monroe had 450 men at the fort. On the spot now marked by the ruins of Fort George were 1,750 men protected by entrenchments. A messenger with a white flag appeared with a letter from Montcalm demanding the surrender not only of the fort, but of all the troops outside of it. "I will defend it to the last," was the answer of Monroe, who sent to Webb asking for reinforcements. "I cannot send you any," was the reply of the coward. Montcalm's cannon opened. He had 13 cannon and 3 mortars. For 6 days the artillery thundered, making very little impression on the walls. But Colonel Monroe's provisions were running low. There were abundant supplies at Fort Edward. Webb had 4,000 men, and it would be easy for him to march through the woods and attack the French in the rear. The soldiers could hear the roar of the guns all through the day, and were eager to march, but no orders were issued. There is one enemy that the bravest soldier cannot conquer: hunger. When his provisions were all gone, when he saw that he could have no help from his pusillanimous commander, Colonel Monroe hung out a white flag, offering to surrender the fort in condition that he and all the soldiers should be allowed to march to Fort Edward and be protected by the French while on the way. Montcalm agreed to the proposition, and promised not only to protect them from the Indians, but to take care of the sick, and when they recovered, they were to be allowed to return to their homes. It was on the morning of August 10th when the garrison filed out of the fort and moved down the road toward Fort Edward. Around them were the savages, brandishing their tomahawks and scalping knives with hungry eyes. They had come to take the scalps of the English. Were they to be cheated? Not they. The English were unarmed and could make no resistance. An Indian raised his tomahawk and brought it down upon a soldier's skull, and the bloody carnage began. The sight of the flowing blood made them demons. Howling like wolves, they rushed upon the defenseless men, women, and children, hacking them to pieces. Montcalm ran among them, seized their hatchets, and tried to stop them. "Kill me, but spare them," he said. The other French officers tried to stay the fury of the Indians, but in vain. The terrible slaughter went on till the fleeing fugitives found protection from 500 troops sent out from Fort Edward to receive them. Montcalm, having set the place on fire, taking all the cannon, went back to Ticonderoga well satisfied with what he had done. Major Putnam went up from Fort Edward after the French had departed and wrote to Webb of what he saw. The bodies of the dead smoldering in the flames, among them the corpses of more than 100 women who had been butchered. The French had thrown many of the bodies into a little sheet of water which since then has been called Bloody Pond. "We shall be attacked," said Webb, who was inside of Fort Edward, pale and trembling. He was so frightened that he sent his baggage down the Hudson and talked of abandoning the defenses. Governor Powell was as much frightened as Webb and sent word to the people of Connecticut Valley that they must drive in their cattle and cut their carts to pieces so that the French should not get a hold of them. Lord Loudoun in New York was most frightened of all, and prepared to encamp on Long Island where the French could not get at him. The year closed with the French masters of the Ohio Valley, Lake George, and Lake Champlain. They had won victory after victory, while the English, through the utter incapacity of Braddock, Loudoun, Abercrombie, and Webb, had suffered repeated defeats. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Two Civilizations. The great empire of New France, which Champlain had dreamed of, and which the Jesuits had labored so zealously to build up, was weak and feeble, and at a standstill. It was the intermeddling of the Jesuits which, more than anything else, had retarded the growth. They wanted an empire in which they would have supreme control. All Protestants had been carefully excluded. Many of the 800,000 Huguenots which had been driven from France would have settled in Canada, but no heretic could be permitted to find an asylum there. The French who had emigrated to Canada were, for the most part, weak and feeble. No great ideal had animated them. Many of them had intermarried with the Indians, and their children were half Indian, finding far more pleasure in roving the woods and hunting bears than following the plow or bending down to the sickle in the harvest field. The government of Canada, all through the years, had been conducted on the idea of the feudal ages. The king was absolute. The church had the control of every man's conscience. The people had no rights. They were only serfs. They had no manufacturers. All their clothing, all their implements, and much of their food came from France. Under such conditions, how could Canada advance? The King of France, Louis XV, giving himself up to a round of sensual pleasure, balls and fêtes at Fontainebleau and Versailles, could not understand why New France did not keep pace with English colonies. His ministers could not understand it. They had no comprehension of the spirit of liberty which was rising everywhere. They did not see that the time had come when old ideas were to pass away. That king, nobleman, priest, all were to go down before the people, and that the contest going on along the shores of Lake George and Lake Champlain was the beginning of a new order of things. There was one Frenchman who saw that, sooner or later, the lilies of France would give place to the cross of St. George in America, the Marquis de Montcalm. William Pitt, Prime Minister of England, sent out a fleet of vessels to capture the fleets of France, to cut off the supplies of Canada. "New France needs peace," Montcalm wrote to the French minister. "Such are the number of the English. such the difficulty of receiving supplies that sooner or later it must fall. His soldiers had only half a pound of bread per day. In the whole country there were but few sheep and cattle. The wars of previous years had told upon New France. Men had been fighting when they should have been following the plough, and now that the ships of England were everywhere capturing the French ships, the country was on the verge of starvation. The Rangers of New Hampshire were keeping watch along Lake George and Lake Champlain. They made secret expeditions, dragging their boats from lake to lake, carrying their packs, going down Lake Champlain toward Canada, capturing boats laden with supplies for Crown Point, striking a blow and returning to Fort William Henry. The lake was frozen and the snow 4 feet deep in the woods in March 1758 when Major Rogers and 162 men on snowshoes started for Fort Edward and made their way north to the Narrows on Lake George. They camped on the shore of the lake. At sunrise the next morning they were once more on the march, crossing to Sabbath Day Point. From the hills Major Rogers looked northward over the lake with a glass, but could see no sign of French or Indians. When night came, Lieutenant Phillips and 15 men, lying aside their snowshoes and putting on skates, glided down the lake, discovering a fire in the woods. They hastened back and reported what they had seen. The Rangers went on, reached the place, but no fire was burning. They did not know that the French had discovered them and, putting out the fire, had fled to Ticonderoga, giving the alarm. At sunrise, the Rangers left the lake and struck into the woods, marching until noon. They ate dinner and started once more along the base of a mountain. It was toilsome traveling in the deep snow. "Indians!" The advance guard whispered it, and the word ran along the line. 96 savages had been discovered. The Rangers laid down their packs and prepared for battle. In silence they went on, concealed by a ridge. They were abreast of the Indians. Suddenly they sprang to the top of the ridge and fired a volley, killing 40 of the savages. The rest retreated, followed by a portion of the Rangers who were exulting over their victory, but who found themselves confronted by 600 French, Canadians, and Indians who fired upon the Rangers, killing nearly 50 of them in a body. Major Rogers began a retreat, but discovered 200 Indians climbing a hill to get in his rear. But Lieutenant Phillips, with 18 Rangers, gained the top of the hill in advance and drove them back. The French were creeping round on his other flank, but Lieutenant Crafton stopped them. The Rangers were outnumbered 5 to 1. Nearer pursued the French till they were not 60 feet distant. More than 100 of the Rangers had fallen, and they were dropping every moment, crimsoning the snow with their blood. More than 300 of the enemy were pressing upon Phillips and his handful of men. "Will you give me good quarter if I surrender?" shouted Phillips to the French. "We will," they replied. The men ceased firing, and a few moments later were lying upon the snow with their heads split open and their scalps torn from their skulls. The French were pressing upon Rogers. He climbed the mountain, which descends sharp and steep on one side to the lake, a bare ledge hundreds of feet high. He threw his rifle and everything that could hinder him from walking down the rocks. He saw them glide down the cliff and out upon the gleaming ice. He stood upright on his snowshoes, unbuckled the straps, turned himself round, and buckled them on again. It was the work of a moment. He walked back from the ledge of the cliff into the woods and disappeared from view just before the Indians came up, hastening to capture one who had done them so much harm. Now they were upon his track. They were sure of overtaking him. The foremost warrior reached the cliff. No Rogers there. 2 tracks toward the cliff. None from it. He could not make it out. Other warriors came and gazed upon the tracks. Had 2 Englishmen thrown themselves headlong over the cliff to be dashed in pieces rather than be captured? They hear a voice from below them, and behold Major Rogers with his pack and gun moving across the lake, hastening to join the others of his party who have escaped. Notwithstanding all these and other discouragements, Montcalm prepared to defend Canada to the last. William Pitt was sick of Lord Loudoun, and the king ordered him to England. General Abercrombie was Lord Bute's particular friend, and at the solicitation of that nobleman Pitt allowed him to remain in America, but sent out the brave, active, intelligent young Lord Howe to give life to the army which was to take Ticonderoga. General Abercrombie had been in America 2 years. He was commander-in-chief. He had done nothing except to dig a ditch around Albany, but having been in America so long, was supposed to know all about affairs. There were lively times in New York when the troops from England and Scotland landed. Livelier times at Albany when the schooners and the barges were discharging their supplies, boxes, barrels, cannon, ammunition, and still more lively scenes at the southern end of Lake George. Around the ruins of Fort William Henry, where 16,000 men were in camp. There was no end of teams bringing supplies from Fort Edward. Hundreds of ship carpenters were at work building boats, bateaux, and rafts. The shore of the lake was dotted with tents. Soldiers from Scotland, England, Ireland, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, and New Jersey were in camp, side by side. The Highlanders wearing their plaids, the Grenadiers the light infantry, the artillery in their redcoats, looked with contempt upon the men in homespun who had left their plowing and turned their cattle to pasture, and enlisted as soldiers for a 3 months' campaign. True, they had turned out once or twice a year and marched to the drumbeat on the village green, but what did they know about war? The troops that had come across the Atlantic laughed at the ungainly ways of the provincials, who togged along like sheep instead of marching in regular order, who had elected their officers just as they elected their selectmen in town meeting. Little do the young lords and springs of nobility, commanding the troops of the king, know what sort of men these backwoodsmen are, or what they will do for the human race during the next 20 years. Day breaks July 5th, 1758. The drums beat the reveille. Campfires are kindled. The blue smoke curls above the trees. The soldiers eat their breakfast. The carpenters have hewn their last planks, driven the last nail into the 900 small boats and 130 whale boats which were drawn up on the beach. They have completed their bateaux and rafts, upon which the artillerymen are to transport their cannon. At sunrise, all are ready. The soldiers step into the boats, and the great flotilla moves away. Trumpets sounding, drums beating, banners waving, arms gleaming in the sunlight, the dip of the rowers' oars keeping time to the music, the bright red uniforms and waving plumes reflected from the placid waters. Never before had such an army been seen in America. Never before such a brilliant pageant on Lake George. The army reached Sabbath Day Point. The boats were run upon the beach, and the soldiers kindled fires and cooked their supper. Upon a bearskin within his tent lay Lord Howe, young, beloved by all for his kindness, energy, and tireless activity. By him are Major Rogers and John Stark, who know all the country around Ticonderoga and beyond to Crown Point. General Abercrombie and most of the officers commanding the king's troops are haughty in their deportment toward the provincials, but Lord Howe has discovered their worth, and made them his confidants and advisers. The rangers inform him that the river between Lake George and Lake Champlain is 4 miles long, running southeasterly, that there are rapids and falls 2 miles from the fort, where the French have built a sawmill. The fort stands on the point of land between the river and Lake Champlain. There are wet meadows directly north of the fort, and the only approach is from the northwest over a strip of land between the river and the meadow. Montcalm has made a line of breastworks across the point of land 1/2 mile from the fort. His soldiers have been working like beavers, cutting down tall trees outside the breastwork, felling them in such a way that they lie across one another, their limbs interlaced. They drive sharpened stakes into the ground, dig up the stumps, and place them in line, with their gnarled roots sticking out in every direction. Montcalm has only 3,600 men, but he knows what to do with them. He inspires them with his own indomitable spirit and enthusiasm. Every man is at work with an axe or spade, or putting his shoulder to a log or stump to place it in position. He has sent out 300 men to the sawmill. There are 3 pickets still farther out, by a sheltered cove at the northern end of the lake. On the mountain overlooking the fort stands a sentinel with a signal flag looking up at the lake with watchful eyes to announce the coming of the English. At midnight the boats are once more in motion. Lord Howe, Colonel Bradstreet, and Major Rogers, together in a boat, pulled by strong-armed rowers, pushing ahead to reconnoiter. The morning sun throws its beams upon the lofty summit of Black Mountain. The shadows lift from the lake. Montcalm looks up from the fort to Mount Defiance and beholds a white flag waving in the morning air. The sentinel has caught the gleam of the sunlight on the bright bayonets of the advancing army. He can see the dipping of the oars. The 1,000 boats came into view, gliding amidst the islands. The Rangers leap on shore. They know the ground. The regiments disembark, and by noon the army is ready to march. The Rangers have been pushing so near Montcalm's lines that they can see the Frenchmen at work with axes and spades. If the English will but give us a little more time, we will beat them, Montcalm is saying to his men. Lord Howe is eager to push on. The brigades form and move through the woods, Lord Howe in advance. The French from the sawmill are making their way to the fort, but have taken the wrong path and fall in with the troops under Lord Howe. There is a flashing of muskets. Some of the French fall. Others leap into the river to escape by swimming. 150 surrender. Few English have fallen, and among the killed is Lord Howe. The soul of the enterprise is departed. All is confusion. General Abercrombie has no plan, nor has any other English officer. The troops stop where they are till morning, sleeping on their arms, and then march back to the landing. There is a road from the landing to the fort, crossing the river twice, and the French have broken down the bridges. But Colonel Bradstreet, whom the English officers regard as a backwoodsman, sets his men at work, and has the bridges rebuilt before noon, and the army moves on, encamping within 1.5 miles of the enemy's lines upon the ground which the Rangers have been holding. The chief engineer, Clark, accompanied by John Stark, reconnoiters Montcalm's position. The engineer has studied in the military schools. War is a science, in his estimation, to be conducted by set rules. He sees fallen trees, stumps, banks of earth, and stakes driven into the ground. "Their works are flimsy," he says. "I do not think so. I regard them as formidable," is the outspoken opinion of John Stark. What does this country bumpkin know of war? Nothing, in the estimation of a learned engineer. Some of the English officers shake their heads when they gaze upon the tangled mass of fallen trees, the line of stakes, rows of stumps, and breastwork of earth, every moment growing more formidable under the untiring activity of Marquis de Montcalm. Abercrombie does not go upon the ground. His tent is pitched at the sawmill. He sees nothing, knows nothing. He accepts only the report of the engineer, that the defenses which Montcalm has made are so weak that the British troops will tear them away in a twinkling. He has cannon, but they are at the landing. It will take time to bring them up, and he will order an attack at once. He does not expect much help from the provincials. They may clear the way, draw the first fire of the French, and then the troops of the king will go in and make quick work. If I were called upon to take Fort Carillon, I should only ask for 2 cannon and some mortars on yonder mountain," said Montcalm, looking up to the summit of Mount Defiance and rejoicing to think that the stupid English were going to do just what he wished them to do, butt their heads against the stumps which he had placed in the lines of his defense. "Let the attack be made at once," was Abercrombie's order. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when the 16,000 men in 3 lines moved toward Montcalm's breastworks. The Rangers on the left of the front line, the boatmen in the center, the light infantry on the right. The second line was composed wholly of Massachusetts and New York troops. The third line of the King's troops. The rear guard was composed of Connecticut and New Jersey troops. 440 of the Iroquois, under Sir William Johnson, hovered in the rear. If the English succeeded, they would be ready to scalp the French. Let there be openings between the provincial regiments, so that when the provincials have drawn the fire of the French, the king's troops may rush in with fixed bayonets," was the order of Abercrombie, who planned just how the battle must be fought, and remained in his tent 2 miles away. "Let not a gun be fired until I give the order," said Montcalm, walking along his lines in his shirt sleeves. Up to the fallen trees marched the Rangers, crouching close to the earth, sheltering themselves behind the logs. They know very well that there is serious work before them. The provincials follow their example. The king's soldiers, marching as if upon parade, move bravely on, scorning such unmilitary proceedings. They reach the fallen trees. The French lines suddenly are a line of light, cannon and small arms, pouring a pitiless storm of leaden rain and iron hail upon the red-coated soldiers, stumbling and falling in their efforts to get through the tangled thickets. The Highlanders are brave. The officers set them examples of courage. But they fall by scores. Some of them get near enough to the breastworks to gaze into the eyes of the enemy, only to be shot down at last. The English endeavored to turn the French right, but Montcalm, watching every movement, threw in reinforcements and drove them back. Again and again the English moved to the attack, centering all their force upon a single point. But the ever-watchful Montcalm was at hand to repulse them. After every repulse of the English, Montcalm distributes refreshments to his troops and praises them for their valor. Night closes upon the scene with a great army in retreat, defeated, humiliated, having lost nearly 2,000 killed and wounded. The English still outnumbered the French fourfold. Not a cannon had been fired by them. The army was well supplied with provisions, but the pusillanimous and frightened general, who had not been within 2 miles of the battleground, gave orders to re-embark at once. When the morning dawned, the army was far on its way up the lake. Abercrombie reached the southern shore, sent his cannon and ammunition to Albany for fear the French would capture them. He set the soldiers to work building a useless redoubt, which he named Fort George. The man who had rebuilt the bridges broken down by the French, Colonel Bradstreet, had a plan which he wished to put into execution: the capture of Fort Frontenac, near the present town of Kingston in Canada, on the northern shore of Ontario. "We can do it," he said. He knew that there was but a small garrison to defend it, for Montcalm had gathered all the available soldiers to the defense of Ticonderoga. He persuaded General Abercrombie to call a council of war and obtained permission to carry out his plan. He went up the Mohawk with 700 men from Massachusetts, 1,100 from New York, made a speech to the Iroquois, and prevailed upon 150 of the warriors to join him. He hastened in boats from Oswego along the lake shore, and on the 25th of August landed at Fort Frontenac. Some of the garrison fled. The few remaining surrendered themselves and everything in and around the fort, 30 cannons, 6 mortars, 9 vessels in the harbor, each carrying from 8 to 18 guns and loaded with supplies for Fort Duquesne. He destroyed the place and returned with the prisoners and plunder, not losing a man. The country took notice that a backwoodsman had planned it, that Americans, without the lifting of a finger on the part of British officers or soldiers, carried out the undertaking. The British fleet, under Admiral Boscawen, and an army under Generals Amherst and Wolfe, captured Louisburg in June, causing great rejoicing in England and in the colonies. Another expedition was on the march westward over the Alleghanies toward the Ohio. General Joseph Forbes was commander. He was sick, slowly wasting away, and had to be carried on a litter. He had 1,250 Highlanders, 2,750 Pennsylvanians under John Armstrong, and 1,900 Virginians under George Washington. With the Pennsylvania troops was a young man by the name of Benjamin West, whom the world afterward heard of as a great painter, and a boy 13 years old named Anthony Wayne, whom the world also heard from. General Forbes sent General Bouquet in advance to a place called Loyalhanna. "There are only 500 French and 300 Indians at Fort Duquesne," said the Indian scouts to Bouquet, who sent Major Grant to reconnoiter the fort. The Virginians and Highlanders climbed the mountains and made their way stealthily through the forest. Major Grant was to reconnoiter, not to bring on a fight. But why not put his men in ambush, draw the French into it, cut them down, and make himself master of Fort Duquesne? If he were to accomplish it, what honor! He sent a few men toward the fort, not knowing that 400 Frenchmen under Aubrey had arrived to reinforce the garrison. The French and Indians poured out of the fort, fell upon the first party, drove it back upon the second, fell upon that, killing, wounding, or taking prisoners 290. Grant himself was taken prisoner. November came. There was snow upon the mountains, and winter would soon be setting in. Forbes was still 50 miles from Fort Duquesne. "It is too late to go on. We cannot take Fort Duquesne this year," said the officers in the council. The council was in session when the scouts brought in 3 prisoners. "The garrison is weak. Colonel Bradstreet has captured Fort Frontenac and the provisions which were intended for Duquesne," they said. "Let us go on. Let me have 2,500 picked men," was Washington's plea. General Forbes granted the request. Washington did not select any of the king's troops, but strong men accustomed to climbing mountains and enduring hardships. The men filled their knapsacks with provisions. It was 50 miles to the fort through an unbroken wilderness. John Armstrong was sent in advance with 1,000 men to open a road. In 5 days they were within 17 miles of the fort. On the 24th of November, the whole army was only 2 miles distant. The officers in the service of the King of France had planted their forts along the Ohio, the Illinois, and the Mississippi. They had done what they could to secure the vast empire for their sovereign, who was ever thinking more of his own personal comfort and pleasure than of the welfare of his people, or the building up of his empire. But, neglected and unsustained, they could no longer hope to keep back the wave of English civilization and power rolling over the Alleghanies. At the best, they could make but a feeble resistance to the 7,000 English ready to encircle them, and the disheartened garrison, reduced to 500, setting fire to the fort and buildings at midnight, stepped into their boats and floated down the Ohio, abandoning forever the gateway of the Great West. The English sentinels pacing their rounds saw the western sky aglow. On the morning of November 25th, 1758, the Pennsylvanians and Virginians reached the fort, whose walls were still standing, and John Armstrong raised the British flag above them. "I rename it Pittsburgh," said General Forbes, in honor of the far-seeing, clear-headed, resolute man whose indomitable will and energy was making England supreme in the Western world. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. The Destiny of an Empire. Wonderful the powers of the human intellect and the human will. William Pitt was infusing every man in England with his own enthusiasm in carrying on the struggle against France. English cannon were thundering in Germany, in the West Indies, on the plains of India, and with the opening of 1759, the contest was to be renewed in America. He spread out the map of America and himself planned the campaign. One army, under General Prideaux and Sir William Johnson, was to go west from Albany to capture the fort which the French had built on the bluff below the Falls of Niagara, where ever since the day when La Salle sailed up the Great Lakes the flag of France had floated serenely in the air. By capturing that fort, all communication would be cut off between Canada and the chain of forts on the upper lakes and along the Ohio and Mississippi. Its capture would paralyze the power of France in the Great West. The Second Army under General Amherst was to make one more attempt against Ticonderoga and Crown Point, and capturing those places was to move north to Montreal and strike at the heart of Canada. The Third Army, under General Wolfe, was to sail from Halifax and Louisbourg up the St. Lawrence to capture Quebec. A great fleet of warships under Admiral Loudoun was to accompany the army. If Quebec could be captured, there would be an end to French rule in Canada. William Pitt was not only firing all England with his enthusiasm, but America. In every village in New England and New York were men ready to enlist, 7,000 in Massachusetts, 5,000 in Connecticut, several regiments from New Hampshire, 1,000 men from New Jersey. The people taxed themselves willingly, indulging the fond hope that the time had at last arrived when they could conquer Canada and put an end to the great struggle. The Marquis de Montcalm, far-sighted, clear-headed, and brave, saw what great preparation England was making, and wrote pathetic letters to France calling for help. He had only 3,200 French soldiers. Of the Canadians, not more than 7,000 could be called into service. There were only about 80,000 people in Canada, all told. The English were putting 50,000 men into the field. He must have supplies. The fields were untilled. There were few cattle and horses to be had. The soldiers had not been paid. There was very little money in Canada, but promises to pay, printed on paper, to the amount of more than 40 million livres had been issued. No one wanted any more paper promises which were not money. Without a good fortune, which I cannot expect, or unless the English make blunders, they will take Canada this year or in the next campaign, wrote Montcalm de Belleisle, the Prime Minister of Louis XV, pleading for help. The King of France was spending his money in other ways. What cared he for business? He was 40 years old. Life had been a constant round of pleasure. Every sense had been indulged until there was no enjoyment. The woman whom he had created Marchioness de Pompadour could wind him around her little finger. She was ever getting up new amusements for him, traveled with him from place to place. Their thoughts were of the little comedies which she got up in the Tuileries, the lawn parties at Fontainebleau, instead of affairs of state. Madame de Pompadour was fond of porcelain, and persuaded Louis to establish a manufactory at Sèvres. She loved magnificent houses, and the king built them for her with costly apartments elaborately furnished. He could spend millions of livres to gratify this woman, but the bills sent from Quebec by Montcalm were all unpaid. The king could give breakfasts to the courtiers costing thousands of livres, but not a dollar to uphold the power of France in America. The spring opened, and General Prideaux, with 1,200 men, several cannon and mortars, sailed from Oswego in schooners and boats along the south shore of Ontario, landing at a little inlet 6 miles from Fort Niagara. The troops marched through the woods and took position close to the fort, planted their cannon, and opened fire. There were only a few French soldiers in the fort, but an army of 1,200 was hastening to their relief. The French commander, d'Aubry, had collected them from the forts along the Ohio, the Wabash, Detroit, and Mackinac. They came down Lake Erie in boats, landed above the falls, and hastened to attack the English. General Prideaux had been killed by the bursting of a cohorn, but Sir William Johnson posted his men to meet them. The Iroquois scouts told Sir William of all the movements of the French who made their appearance in the morning of July 24th. The Iroquois and Algonquins came face to face. The Iroquois made a sign for a parley, which the Algonquins answered with a wild yell, and the battle began. The Iroquois running out on both sides of the French and firing upon them, while the English rushed out upon them, pouring in a volley. The French had not looked for such an onset. They turned and fled, followed by the Iroquois, who shot them down in great numbers. In a few minutes the fight was over, but the pursuit was kept up until the Iroquois were out of breath, and returned to count their scalps and divide their plunder. No help could come to the garrison, which hung out a white flag and surrendered, 600 in number, with all their cannon and supplies. Once more a great army, numbering 11,000, with drums beating and banners waving, was making its way across the limpid waters of Lake George. Montcalm was at Quebec, and General Bourlamaque, who had aided in the defeat of Abercrombie, was in command of the French. The lines of defense were stronger than ever, but the French general had few troops. Montcalm had none to send him. He might hold out for a while, but there was little hope of maintaining the fortress against such an army and against such a general who, though slow to move, was no coward, and who had captured Louisbourg. The English landed. Again there was a skirmish at the sawmill, and the English lay at night in their arms. The French, all except 400, instead of preparing for battle, were stealing away in boats to Crown Point. Morning dawned, and the English discovered that the lines which Montcalm had so bravely defended were deserted. But the French were still holding the fort, and as they advanced the cannon began to thunder. The English brought up their artillery, and all day long shot and shell were flying, and the roar of the cannonade echoing far away. Night came, and the uproar ceased, but the 400 Frenchmen left behind in the fort were hard at work loading all the cannon on the walls to the muzzle, laying trains of fuses from gun to gun and to the magazine, where there were many barrels of powder. All was ready. The soldiers stepped silently into their boats, which, one by one, glided away. One boat remained. One soldier still lingered in the fort. 10 o'clock. He lighted a fuse, leapt into the boat, and was gone. What a cannonade was that which burst out from the ramparts of Ticonderoga! Louder, more terrific than ever before, the air filled with shot and shell and bursting cannon, and then the walls of the fort rose, lifted far above the forest trees, timber, stones, masses of rock and earth, cannonballs, and bursting shells. Ticonderoga, built at such cost to France, defended so bravely by Montcalm, was a heap of ruins. General Amherst dispatched the Rangers of New Hampshire in pursuit of the French. Major Stark, with 200 men, reached Crown Point, and found a lofty cross standing in the center of the fortress, erected to commemorate the victory of Montcalm at Ticonderoga, but the fort had been destroyed, and the French were fleeing toward Canada. How easy it is to miss a great opportunity! The French had abandoned their 2 strong fortresses at Amherst's approach. The way was open for his advance to Canada. The flotilla which had brought him to Crown Point would avail to transport him to St. John's. It was a short march from there to Montreal. It was midsummer. The troops were eager to move on. If he were to take Montreal, his name would go down the ages. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. General Amherst halted at Crown Point and set the ship carpenters to construct schooners and other vessels. He planned a new fort, with walls 35 feet thick and 25 high, of solid masonry. August and September passed, the troops idling away their time. In October, the vessels were ready and sailed down the lake. The sailors disarmed the French vessels, drove them ashore, or sent them to the bottom of the lake. It was the middle of October, too late to move upon Montreal, General Amherst thought, and fixed his army for the winter at Crown Point. Through want of energy, the great opportunity had passed by, never to return. There was one man who was determined to make the most of this opportunity, James Wolfe, commander of the army sailing from Halifax and Louisbourg to Quebec. It was an imposing scene, 22 ships of the line, 28 frigates, and a great fleet of vessels carrying supplies and troops moving up the St. Lawrence. The vessels came to anchor at the island of Orleans. General Wolfe, standing on the deck of his vessel looking north, beheld the falls of Montmorency, a white sheet 250 feet high, flashing in the sunlight, the tide rippling down the pebbled beach at their base, while above the water was pouring down a rocky gorge. Small pines and hemlocks, a thick, dense forest, clothed the landscape in perpetual green. Up the river, 8 miles away, he beheld the citadel of Quebec on the perpendicular cliff, rising 200 feet above the river, the flag of France floating serenely above it. Between the cliff and Montmorency was a little stream, the St. Charles, joining the St. Lawrence from the north. Upon the point of land between the two streams was the old town of Quebec. Between the St. Charles and the Montmorency, Montcalm had posted his army, with batteries along the shore, to sweep the English with grape and canister if they should attempt to land. The cliff was high, sharp, and steep above the town. The summit of the cliff was a level plateau, the Plains of Abraham. For 9 miles above the city, Montcalm had placed batteries and posted troops to protect any possible landing place. General Wolfe had 10,000 men and a great fleet. Montcalm had nearly as many men. The Canadians rallied at his call, old white-haired men and boys of 14. Canada was their home, their country, their religion. Everything most dear was in danger, and they were ready to fight to the bitter end. The English troops landed on the island of Orleans, and on the southern shore opposite Quebec. The warships opened fire upon the town. Red-hot shot were sent whirling through the air, crashing into the houses and setting them on fire. Along the shore, under the cliff, Montcalm had a great fleet of boats filled with pitch knots and smeared with tar. At midnight, the sailors of the fleet saw the boats all aflame floating down the current upon them. But they leapt into their boats, pulled out to meet the floating flames, and pushed them aside with their boat hooks, and not a vessel was harmed. General Wolfe gazed upon the lines of Montcalm, seeking in vain to find a place where he could hope to land his army. July was fast passing away. He must strike somewhere. The white sheet of Montmorency was ever before him. He would land on the northern shore, and somewhere along its rocky bed he would find a place to cross that stream and fall upon Montcalm. The troops were taken to the landing place in boats. There was a fording place 3 miles from the St. Lawrence, but Montcalm had posted troops to protect it. When the tide was out, the beach was bare at this part of the falls. He resolved to have a portion of his men go across the narrow passage and secure a footing, while the remainder of the army would land directly from the boats. The troops were placed in position, the signal given. The air was filled with shot and shell, and the warships running out their guns and opening fire upon the French lines, while Montcalm's guns, paying no attention to the vessels, swept the beach. Some of the boats were injured, others reached the shore. The troops landed. Some advanced before all were ready, and the French drove them back. The tide was rising. The enterprise had failed, and the English were obliged to retreat, losing nearly 500 in the attack. August came. General Murray, with 1,200 men, went up the St. Lawrence in boats, trying in vain to land. He only captured a few sick soldiers left in a hospital who had some news to tell, but the French had abandoned Ticonderoga and Crown Point. Welcome, the news to General Wolfe. Amherst soon would be at Montreal. Before long, the thunder of his guns would be heard opening the way to Quebec. Days passed, but his ears detected no sound of distant cannon. Indians said that Montreal was still in the hands of the French. What should be done? September had come. 60 days more, and the fleet and army must go, for winter would be upon them. "I am at a loss of what to do," were the most despairing words written to Pitt. The spirits of the French were rising. Montcalm had completely baffled the English. Nature had done so much that his tireless activity and eternal vigilance had accomplished the rest. The spirit of Wolfe chafed under the disappointment. Fever set in, his cheeks were hollow, but his soul was on fire. He gazed upon the high and rocky cliff. If he could but get his army up there! He sees a ravine, a cove, a footpath winding up the cliff. Frenchmen and Indians now and then have climbed it. Montcalm's vigilance has protected it. Wolfe can see the white tents on the bluff. A company of soldiers guard it. Wolfe forms his plans. He will land at midnight in the cove, climb the bank, surprise the 100 men guarding the path. Before reinforcements from Quebec can reach the spot, the English will be strong enough to hold it. He will mislead Montcalm by making him believe that he is intending to land below Quebec. What is it Montcalm sees looking out from the low-roofed house in which he has established his headquarters? English sailors are taking soundings in the mud flats below the town. An officer is making notes. Does General Wolfe intend to land at night at the mouth of the St. Charles? Something's going on. Boats are moving to and fro. There is a bustle of preparation. The sun goes down, and darkness settles over the scene. The French sentinels see a fleet of boats putting out from the vessels below the town, but they do not see the boats that have crept up from the English camp along the southern shore several miles above the town. General Wolfe has laid his plans. He has passed the period of vexation, and his mind is tranquil. James Gray, whose home is near the green meadow of Runnymede, where the barons compelled John Lackland to sign the great Charter of Liberty, has just given to the world an exquisite poem, an elegy in a country churchyard. He recites the stanzas as the boats glide noiselessly in the stream. The boast of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, await alike the inevitable hour. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. I would prefer being the author of that poem to the glory of beating the French tomorrow, he says. He has given his last instructions. The boats approach the cove. Some of them sweep past it, but the soldiers leap upon the pebbled beach. They climb the steep bank, seize hold of the roots of the trees, those behind giving a lift to those in front. No one speaks. They climb in silence, broken only by the grinding of their boots upon the rocks and by their labored breathing. Qui vive? Is the challenge of the French sentinel. Who goes there? England, a new civilization, the beginning of a new order of things for Canada, go there. Too late the challenge. The 100 Frenchmen awake from their sleep, a few muskets flash, and the French flee. The rising sun throws its gleams upon 10,000 Englishmen standing on the plains of Abraham. A messenger rides in hot haste to Montcalm with his news. The English are on the plains of Abraham. Impossible, said Montcalm. They are there, nevertheless, monsieur. They must be crushed at once. The drums beat in Quebec, and the soldiers of France hasten out of the city westward. Montcalm has 5,000 men, most of them are Canadians, who have left their homes to take part in the campaign. General Bougainville is above Quebec with 2,000. Vaudreuil will soon be at hand with 1,500. With these, Montcalm will sweep the English over the bluff into the river. The armies stand face to face in the open field. The cannon which Montcalm has brought up open fire, and answering replies are sent back by the 2 small pieces which the English have dragged up the bluff with ropes. 2 lines of men are about to fire in each other's faces upon the open field. At Ticonderoga the French are behind breastworks and stumps, but now they must meet the troops of England face to face with nothing to shield them. Montcalm forms his men. 1,500 Canadians are to advance and begin the attack. Under cover of their fire he will advance rapidly, pour in volley after volley, and hurl the English over the cliff. Calmly and silently the Highlanders and Grenadiers of England await the attack. Murray on the right wing, nearest the river, General Wolfe on the left. "Reserve your fire until they are within 40 yards," was Wolfe's last order. The French advance rapidly, firing wildly. A few men drop from the English ranks, but no one wavers. Nearer they come, Montcalm urging them on. The English raise their guns. There's a flash, a roar, and confusion on the French lines. Montcalm's ablest general falls, but Montcalm cheers his men, and the fight goes on. Another volley from the Highlanders and Grenadiers. The French lines waver. "Charge!" Wolfe gives the order, and the English, with fixed bayonets, advance. A bullet tears through Wolfe's wrist, but it is nothing. He winds his handkerchief around it and leads on his men. Murray, his second commander, goes down with a bullet through his lungs. A second ball strikes Wolfe. He staggers. His aide springs to support him. "Let not any man see me drop," he says. A third strikes him in the breast. The soldiers carry him to the rear. He is faint, but drinks a glass of water and revives. The French are fleeing! They run! Hurrah! Hurrah! The wild cheers of the English mingling with the uproar of battle reached the ears of the dying commander. Who run? The French! God be praised! I die happy. It is scarcely 15 minutes since the battle began, and it is over. The French are fleeing to Quebec. Their brave commander has done what he could to save New France, but has lost the battle and is borne from the field mortally wounded. 15 minutes. It is a brief space of time, but long enough to decide the destiny of an empire. While General Wolfe is taking possession of Quebec, General Amherst is sending Captain Kennedy, accompanied by a few soldiers, with overtures of peace to the St. Francis Indians. It is a tribe for which half a century has been under the teachings of the Jesuits. They have a chapel. Morning and evening they meet at the tolling of the bell to say their prayers. They call themselves Christian Indians, but are barbarous and inhuman. They seize Captain Kennedy and his companions, tie them to stakes one by one, kindle fires around them, and dance with fiendish delight while they are burning. For a third of a century, this tribe has massacred the people of New England, and General Amherst orders Major Rogers and the Rangers of New Hampshire to punish them. The autumn leaves were falling and the nights were lengthening when the Rangers started in boats from Crown Point one evening after sunset. They were 200 in number and started secretly, that no one might know whither they had gone. Before daybreak they landed, drew their boats on shore, and secreted themselves in the woods. No fire was kindled, so that no column of blue smoke could reveal their hiding place. They reached Missisquoi Bay, at the northern end of the lake. From thence it was 75 miles to the village of the St. Francis tribe, through a pathless forest. They must not only travel by the compass, but cross several large rivers, wade through terrible swamps up to their knees in water, their feet sinking into the beds of moss and peat. There were places where hurricanes had swept down the tall trees which blocked their way. There was little game to be had, and they must carry their provisions. Quite likely the Indians would discover them, and they must be ever on the watch against surprise. They left their boats and marched northeast. On the 5th day some of their powder took fire. The explosion burnt several soldiers, and Major Rogers was obliged to send them back to Crown Point, reducing his number to 142. 22 days the party toiled through the terrible swamps. "We must be near the St. Francis," said Major Rogers. He climbed a tree and beheld the river of St. Lawrence, and only 3 miles away, the Indian village, a street with rude huts and wigwams, and the chapel and house of the Jesuit priests. The Rangers kept perfectly still till dark, and then Major Rogers and 2 others stole down to the village. They could hear the beating of drums and the whooping of the savages. Getting nearer, they could see the Indians holding a scalp dance. The scalps, which they had taken from time to time, more than 600 in number, were suspended on poles. The savages were making the night hideous with their howlings. Major Rogers took note of all that he saw, and crept back to the main body of the Rangers, determined to make the Indians dance to another tune before morning. 2 o'clock. The howling had ceased, and the Indians, exhausted by their contortions in the dance, were asleep. The St. Lawrence was sweeping on calmly and silently to the sea. There was not a sound to break the stillness as the Rangers crept toward the village and closed around it. A dog barked. An Indian came out from a hut, but a rifle bullet brought him down. Surprised, amazed, the Indians rushed out, attempting to flee, but found themselves hemmed in on every side. "Burn the town!" shouted Major Rogers. The buildings, all except 3 in which the Indians had stored their corn, were set on fire. The rifles of the Rangers and the devouring flames quickly did their work, wiping out the town and more than 200 warriors. The women and children were spared. 5 English captives were rescued. "There are 300 French and Indians only 4 miles from here, and you never will get back. They will soon be upon you," said the rescued prisoners. Major Rogers knew that it was time for him to be moving, and before sunrise he was on his return. Not to Lake Champlain, but toward the headwaters of the Connecticut. The French and Indians pursued came up with a party of the Rangers and captured them. The other Rangers suffered terrible hardships before they reached Charlestown in New Hampshire, but they accomplished their work, and the Indians, who had filled so many homes with sorrow, the most savage and bloodthirsty in Canada, as a tribe, disappeared forever. The struggle between France and England for the control of the western continent ended with the surrender of Montreal to General Amherst in 1760. It was in 1609 that Samuel Champlain, dreaming of establishing the Empire of New France, became the ally of the Algonquins and fired a shot on the western shore of Lake Champlain that made the Iroquois the enemies of France and the allies of England. 150 years have rolled away since the firing of that gun. Throughout the period, two civilizations have striven for mastery. France has been fighting to establish the ideas of the feudal period, the absolute authority of kings and popes over the bodies and souls of men. They are the ideas of a bygone age. The thought never has dawned upon the dull intellects of the King of France and his ministers that the people are of any account. They do not know the meaning of the word. Not so the men of New England and New York marching to complete the conquest of Canada. Those citizen soldiers have been obtaining an insight into the rights which God has given to men of individual liberty, of self-government. They make their own laws. They are their own masters. They will render allegiance to the king only as he himself shall respect their rights and the laws which they may make. Peace. How delightful it was! No more would the Indian steal upon the unsuspecting settler. No more the midnight alarm, the wild war whoop, the gleaming scalping knife, the massacre or the captivity. No more weary watchings for the coming of the foe, but the farmer could follow the plow or reap his ripening grain, or traverse the wilderness in safety and security. Peace brings prosperity. 15 years pass, and the people of America, educated by influence and conditions all unknown on the other side of the Atlantic, announce to the world that all men are created free and equal and endowed with inalienable rights. They give their honor, their fortunes, their lives in support of it. Victory crowns their efforts, and the colonies become a nation, independent, powerful, and teacher of all the nations, by the power of an illustrious example in defense of justice, liberty, and the rights of men. End of chapter 36. End of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. Read by Keith Salas.